Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first K-Culture Conference. I'm from KDI, Graduate School of Policy, and my name is Lee Tae-jun. Carbon neutrality, climate change, COVID-19, everything is changing the world we live in. But Hallyu is getting better every day. So we want to discuss a better K-culture, Hallyu, and that's why we have gathered many experts today. We want to look at Hallyu from various perspectives and identify policy initiatives. We also want to look at how we can institutionalize the support for Hallyu. We have two sessions today. The first session will deal with the spirit of the times reflected on K-culture and policy implications. The second session will be talking about future strategies for a more sustainable Hallyu. We have many experts, policy experts, and also entertainment experts who will be joining us at the panel discussion, which will follow the second session. I believe these are people who have in-depth knowledge of Hallyu, and it will be a collective of intellectuals who specialize in Hallyu. This conference is being broadcast by KTO's YouTube channel and Korean The World YouTube channel. It will be provided with Korean-English simultaneous interpretation. The intellectual property rights for this conference belongs to the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and Korea Tourism Organization. So please make sure that you do not repackage or redistribute the contents without prior discussions. Also, I would like to let everybody know that we are strictly abiding by the COVID-19 rules. Now we will begin the conference on K-culture, and I'd like to invite Mr. Kim Hyun-han, the Vice Minister of MCST, to provide the opening remarks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kim Hyun-hwan, First Vice Minister of Culture, Sports and Tourism of the Republic of Korea. It is an honor for me to host today's conference with experts from Korea and abroad to reflect on the past, present, and future of the Korean wave. During the challenging times we faced under COVID-19, K-contents gave hope and comfort to everyone around the world. During our stay-at-home lifestyle, K-dramas connected us into one community, and BTS's inspiring lyrics spread the message of compassion and inclusiveness around the world, overcoming the barriers of language. The Korean wave and its popularity have improved Korea's brand image around the world. The number of students enrolled in the King Sejong Institute's courses in their respective countries exceeded 80,000 last year. The Korean wave is also an important source of attraction for tourism, inbound tourism in Korea. The world wants to know more and see more of Korea. The Korean government also spared no effort to help the Korean wave reach more people around the world. Measures were implemented to facilitate creative activities in areas where the private sector needed more support. And through bilateral cultural exchanges, Korea was able to build a mutually beneficial win-win relationship with our Korean wave partners. As we get ready to say goodbye to COVID-19, now is the time for K-contents to leap forward. But there are also many questions we need to address before we do that. We are here today to answer these questions and to discuss how to move forward with the help of our speakers and participants. The Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism will also review the outcome of today's conference to develop the relevant policy initiatives. Once again, I would like to thank all the speakers and participants for joining us at the first K-Culture Conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister Kim. You're very impressive, both in terms of appearance as well as your voice. So I think we can nickname you K Vice Minister. Thank you very much for the excellent opening remark. Now, I'd like to invite So Young-chun, the Executive Vice President of the International Tourism Division at the Korea Tourism Organization, to deliver his welcoming remark. Good afternoon. I am So Young-chun, the Executive Vice President of the International Tourism Division at the Korea Tourism Organization. I'd like to extend my heartfelt welcome to everyone to this conference, especially Vice Minister Kim Hyun-hwan of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, as well as the domestic and international experts for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend this conference. For the past 2 years of COVID-19, people throughout the world were physically cut off from each other in ways never experienced before. Throughout the pandemic, however, nations and individuals could stay connected thanks to the flow of various contents in the virtual space. Most notably, K-contents, led by K-pop, K-drama, and K-movie, continue to develop and expand, and has become an important asset that consistently promotes understanding among peoples and creates tangible and intangible value. In this respect, we anticipate that today's conference will serve as a platform for experts to exchange views, seek ways for mutual cooperation, and identify policy initiatives to sustain the development and enhance the social cultural value of K-culture. We are now seeing international tourism and exchange gradually resuming. The Korea Tourism Organization is taking preparatory measures to ensure a safe and comfortable stay to all the global fans around the world when they visit Korea to enjoy K-culture. Once again, thank you for attending today's conference, and I hope that we can meet face-to-face next time when we hold the second Korea K-culture conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the welcoming remarks pronounced by So Young-chun, the Executive Vice President of the Korea Tourism Organization. We would now like to invite our keynote speaker, who is a senior advisor for OECD and who is professor at the University of Chieti Pescara. Professor Luigi Sacco works with many different experts and professors in Europe studying the subject of the Korean wave. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to speak to you about the exciting perspective of a strategic development of the Hallyu movement and phenomenon at a global scale, and in particular on the relationships between the South Korean Hallyu culture and what is happening now in the West. I think that this is an exciting moment, but also a moment full of strategic complexity that requires a broad view of the real opportunities and dilemmas that are facing today not only South Korean cultural and creative industry, but more generally the global industry. So I think that this is a particularly worthwhile moment to discuss together about possible strategic developments and collaborations. The first point that I want to briefly recap with you is what are the main reasons why Hallyu succeeded in the first place, why Hallyu has become such a global phenomenon. In my view, the strong point to understand is that Hallyu did not succeed because it imitated existing cultural industry models, the models of the US, the models of the West. The Hallyu succeeded because it developed a new approach to cultural and creative production. What are the tenets, the pillars of this particular approach? In my opinion, there are a few points that are crucial. The first is that the Hallyu model is based on what could be thought of as a post-copyright business model, which means that, of course, there is an enforcement of intellectual property, but also at the same time, there is a wide availability of Korean content online in a non-paywall way. This means that, for example, lots of users that had no previous exposure to Korean culture had an opportunity to get familiar with it, not necessarily by buying subscriptions, not necessarily by already knowing what kind of paid content to purchase, but really to explore all the possibilities of the Korean content ecosystem in a free access way. This has been fundamental, and of course this has laid the basis for a monetization of this content in terms of licenses, broadcasting licenses, in terms of product placement, and all the things that we know. But this fact of not considering copyright intellectual property as a barrier that was indispensable to monetize Korean content from the very first moment, this is a crucial point. The second point is user co-creation. Korean society is very digital. The interaction between users and producers is extremely strong. If we think, for example, of the live shoot system, in the case of K-dramas, and the fact that, for example, the public can interact with the production and can give very strong signals about what is liked and what's not, is crucial, and is very much to the new spirit of digital content production of today. From this point of view, the traditional mainstream US and European models have nothing of that sort. The other point is, of course, cross-media strategies. The fact that in the Hallyu ecosystem, what happens in the music, in the TV series, in the design and cosmetics, and so on and so forth, are completely intertwined. So this cross-media synergy is extremely important, especially because it can exploit some unique features of digital environments. And of course, the massive use of cutting-edge technologies. The fact that Korean content is exploring all the time new technology in ways that can further escalate the capacity to involve younger and younger generations. One aspect that has been surprising to many analysts is the fact that the emphasis of Korean narratives is on the local narrative, is on the narrative of Korea. Is the fact that, for example, the content is spoken in Korean, and in spite of the fact that Korean is a little known language internationally, this has added and not subtracted to the fascination of this content. This is creating, of course, a new interest towards Korean language, but more generally, the fact that you speak about what happens in a specific place like Korea, rather than to a standardized global content, which is typical, for example, of US productions, again, is value added, is not something that subtracts interest. And this overall is a very innovative model with respect to the mature US business model, which is generally based, on the contrary, on top-down content that is designed from the very beginning, from the production unit, and then offered directly to the public, prepackaged and with a strong enforcement of intellectual property. So this is the basic difference. But the strategic scenario now is the following. As we know, there is a massive interest from the major international producers today towards Korean content, and for example, some of the big players like Netflix or Disney have opened studios in Korea. So what is the biggest threat now for Hallyu? Is that of imitating Western models. Now that Hallyu has become central, imitating the Western models, because now there is a big investment from the West and of course from the consequent business models, would be, in my opinion, a mistake. Because this would create a stronger enforcement of copyright and less emphasis on co-creation and more prepackaged content. Business-wise, this can be helpful in the short term, but is absolutely counterproductive in the long term, because of course this erases the strategic difference that the Korean model offers. And the other big threat, of course, is lack of inspiration. This is a problem that the US already have. You see that the content industry in the US is in deeper and deeper crisis because, of course, they need fresh ideas all the time, but they are more and more repetitive. The fact that Korea has had such a big pull towards creating new content all the time in all possible sectors is, of course, draining very quickly the inspiration sources, the freshness of the content. So from this point of view, a strategy of creative renovation is absolutely important. For Korea, losing this strategic advantage in terms of difference from the Western business model would transform Hallyu itself in a satellite of the global US-centric mainstream industry. So from this point of view, I think that the answer is going towards a further differentiation rather than a homogenization with the prevailing content production models. So in particular, this means a stronger emphasis on co-creation, experimenting even more radical forms of co-creation and user involvement in the creation of content, stronger emphasis on the local narratives, the local element, why stories in Korea are about Korea, why are different with respect to the traditional, very homogenized kind of content that is proposed by the US mainstream, and speaking to the new generations through their digital languages and culture, through a constant experimentation of cutting-edge technology and new formats of stories. So, from this point of view, what kind of, given this context, what kind of cooperation can be created between the West and Korea, in particular between Europe and Hallyu? I think that this is particularly interesting, and I am emphasizing this aspect in particular, although, of course, there could be a much wider discourse in terms of a strategic dialogue with the West as a whole. So, first of all, Europe has joined relatively late in terms of the global interest towards Hallyu. Is probably one of the latest places to join the frenzy, and at the same time today is one of the areas towards which Hallyu has the least exports. So it's growing, but it's relatively small if compared, of course, to Asia or even to the US and North America. On the other hand, Europe is quickly recognizing that Hallyu offers a very interesting alternative model for content production compared to the US. And Europe has a problem. In some sense, as Korea, Europe is not about producing global standardized content. Europe is very much about working on local narratives, exactly like Korea. And most of the European languages are poorly known globally, like in the case of Korea, even if, of course, there are languages like French or Spanish that are, of course, spoken widely across the globe. Nevertheless, most of the European production is not in English, exactly like in the case of Korea. The difference is that Korea, in terms of local narratives, has been much more successful than Europe in creating a global wave, a global trend. So from this point of view, Korea has a lot to teach to Europe. On the other hand, there can be an extremely interesting opportunity of cross-contamination and cross-fertilization between Korea and Europe in terms of developing an alternative global content mainstream, which is based, as we say, on local narratives and cultural diversity. Europe is already very present in Korean narratives. There are lots, for example, of K-dramas, which are at least partially staged in Europe. At the same time, however, Korea is not very present in European narratives and could be much more present from this point of view. So what I see is an interesting canvas of strategic co-development that I will briefly sketch in the few minutes that remain. First of all, I think that there is a huge opportunity for the creation of an EU-Korea Innovation Lab on digitally powered content, formats and business models. We have to experiment. In a moment like this, the traditional content industry is mature. So the traditional models, the traditional formats have been imitated worldwide. But the new technologies offer new possibilities. And from this point of view, I think that not being the market leader, like in the case of the US, opens up much more space for experimentation. From this point of view, Europe and Korea can really have common interest in developing new models together. This cross-fertilization, of course, can also help to refresh imagination. In a moment like this, as we said, Korea can have a potential problem of inspiration draining from repeating the stories again and again, repeating the contents again and again, but this cross-contamination with Europe could create wonderful new opportunities for fresher, more innovative content. The second aspect is that if Europe has a lot to learn from Korea in terms of how to create a global trend on cultural content, Europe is, on the other hand, the innovation leader in the social impact of culture. So Europe is creating impressive initiatives from this point of view. We have this new policy document, the new European Agenda for Culture, that show, for example, how cultural production can impact on environmental sustainability, on social cohesion, on innovation, on education, and so on health and well-being. And there is a lot of experimentation from this point of view. The new project of the new European Bauhaus is a project in which Europe is massively recruiting creative inputs for a green transition of the whole European economy and society through arts, architecture, design. So this is a field in which Europe can really have a very, very fruitful and innovative exchange with Korea. So there can be a new approach in which cultural production has a direct impact on environmental sustainability, a direct impact on health and well-being, a direct impact on innovation. And this is a field in which the creative exchange between Europe and Korea could create a new exciting field for strategic development. And another point that is very important is rural development. Today, of course, there is a big divide between large metropolitan areas and small areas. So culture and creative production is not only for the big metropolises, it's more and more for small cities and rural areas. In this, again, Europe has a strong experience. Europe can really provide interesting models and experimentations that are ongoing in this field. And we, again, could create with Korea a strategic co-development for culture-driven rural development. And finally, there are the opportunities related to the launch in Europe of the Knowledge and Innovation Community, the so-called KIC, on culture and creative industry. Europe is creating today a heavily funded 150 million euros project for the development of a new global content ecosystem on culture and creative production driven by European innovation. This particular project could create an exciting link with the strategic development of value to the next global stage. Europe and Korea could really work together on the basis of this project, and of course there is a wide interest for Europe in establishing a closer relationship with Korea in this sense, to develop also major projects like the KIC in directions that can reshape the global panorama of future content production models. So it's about the sustainable development goals, it's about social impact, is about establishing a stronger presence of Korea in the Western creative ecosystem, but it's more and more about making of Hallyu and more generally of culture one of the drivers of future welfare, on future well-being for all global citizens. So I really hope that this will create a new, exciting possibility for future collaboration between Korea and the West, and more specifically also between Korea and Europe. So thank you so much for your attention. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Sako. That was the keynote speech by Professor Sako. 2 years ago at the OECD, he talked about the attractiveness and the potential public value that could be created by K-culture. He went into more detail today. Cooperative initiative with the international community and cultural creativity of Hallyu can drive further innovation in not only advanced nations but throughout the world. Now we will go straight into the first session. Session 1 will be started by Professor Kim Sun-hyuk, and that will be followed by 3 other presenters. 2 speakers are Korean and 2 speakers are foreigners. It will be held under the theme of K-culture as the spirit of the times and implications for cultural policy. The first speaker is Professor Kim Sun-hyuk of Korea University. He'll be talking about building social capital and cultivating cultural and creative innovation for global societies in partnership with K-culture. Professor Kim, go ahead. Thank you very much, Professor Lee Tae-jun. Thank you for the introduction. It's a great pleasure to be at this historical conference because it's the first conference on K-culture, and I appreciate to be given the opportunity to speak at this historic culture. I'll talk about Hallyu, the global social economic capital, and the creative innovation for global societies. As Professor Sako just said, there are 3 main areas for discussion regarding Hallyu. These would be all concluding in the strategical implications. First, as Professor Sako said, would be the area for studying the success factors behind Hallyu. The second area of discussion is how to sustain and strengthen Hallyu. Well, Professor Sako provided us with specific examples. The final area is where I'll be focusing on. I will be talking about the strategies for diffusing Hallyu further. We have already discussed in depth about the implications Hallyu has on industries and economy. And the following speakers will also be focusing on these areas. But I think one area that is lacking discussion is the consideration of how Hallyu affects international politics and international economics. So that is what I'll be focusing on today. As of now, there are Korean government's policy on Hallyu. Let's look at this. First of all, the policy is to become a cultural powerhouse leading the global culture through Hallyu. Secondly is about making sure that Hallyu becomes a growth driver and innovation driver. The government wants to expand K-culture's influence and also support K-content's export to overseas. Also, diversifying cultural aspects of Hallyu is another task. Sustainability is also another policy area. There are in and out platforms and many initiatives being taking place through the Korean cultural centers. Many support projects took place, and one of the projects is to build the infrastructure to sustain Hallyu. Also, there were many projects on cultural festivals. Another area that is required is policy coordination between different ministries and strengthening collaboration. To this end, the Hallyu Cooperation Committee was launched, and in the Ministry of Culture and Sports and Tourism, a division dedicated to supporting Hallyu was established. This division is very active to this day. The problem is that although these approaches were successful, there are still some areas where there is some deficiency. One is that Hallyu is understood too much through the eyes of economics and industry. Of course, there are factors behind Hallyu, such as the industrial consumption and technology aspect, but that has been too much of a focus. There were also indexes measuring the success of Hallyu, such as revenue, exports, and employment. So the focus was more on exporting contents and creating jobs. And what does expanding Hallyu mean? That means that Hallyu, which is focused on popular culture, has to expand to other areas of art. There has to be a consideration of cultural ODA, and also the mode of cultural exchange has to become bidirectional. These were the major issues discussed until now. But I believe that we need to look at the structural issues of international politics and the global economy, and we have to think about how the landscape is changing throughout the world. The framework of international politics is changing. That means the comparative advantage that Hallyu has and the potential for leveraging Hallyu as a part of soft power will change as well. So we haven't really paid enough attention on the structural aspects. In this respect, I think we have been taking a very micro view on the Hallyu's potential, or the Korean culture's potential. We need to take a broader view. The new government that will be launching on May 9th has their own Hallyu-related policies. Some of them are a continuation of the previous governments, such as maintaining the paradigm of supporting the contents industries and artists as they go abroad. Furthermore, using K-culture as an important instrument for cultural governance is also being emphasized by the new government. The linkage between Hallyu and the global has emerged as a very important issue. Until now, we've been thinking about packaging the Korean model and presenting the Korean model. Those were the main areas of focus. But now in the future, we need to think about how we can leverage Hallyu to contribute to the international community and how we are going to share it with the global community, citizens. The new Korean government has a new vision called Global Pivotal State. This is a concept that is being emphasized by the incoming government. This concept means that the expectations that the international community has towards Korea, such as advancing freedom, peace, and prosperity, has to be fulfilled. That means there's going to be more emphasis placed on Korea's contribution to the world. In the remaining time, I'd like to talk about Korea's status as a global soft power. We need to be aware of this, and Hallyu has to be leveraged from this perspective. Furthermore, in this context, we need to think about why global social capital is important and how important Hallyu is as a leverage or fulcrum. As we proceed with Hallyu policies, we also have to think about the policy ownership as well as who is going to be the main actor. Soft power really doesn't need much explanation because everybody is aware about this. We all know the impact that Hallyu has throughout the world. However, the soft power, after Hallyu became a part of soft power, we don't have a specific future roadmap. There are other soft powers that Korea has, and we have to think about how these factors can form a synergy with Hallyu. National identity or the international status of Korea has developed. We've gone beyond middle power. We've become an advanced middle power or a pre-developed country or a quasi-developed country. So we have to think about ways to leverage Hallyu that is suitable and befits Korea's international status. Regarding Korea's contribution to the world, since it's an important part, we need to think about what the rest of the world expects from Korea, especially since we are a rare example of a country that was poor becoming a developed country. There's much that we can contribute to the world. And this is an important part of how we can leverage Hallyu. In this respect, I'd like to talk about global social capital, how we can contribute to form global social capital and expand that capital. There are many problems that the world faces, such as climate change, carbon neutrality, SDG related to ODA, innovation, etc. These are the many, many problems that the world faces. But perhaps Korea can provide a unique solution to that and a unique solution to that. If Korea can do that, we can contribute to expanding global social capital. And Hallyu's impact that is currently limited to the industries or economy can expand further. There are many themes that can link Hallyu with these global issues. Innovation, diversity, happiness, or equity are areas where Hallyu can provide some sort of solution or provide a new perspective. In these areas, we can use Hallyu to think about the solutions together with the rest of the world. That is why I believe that Hallyu can be an important fulcrum. We can use Hallyu to build a platform for national innovation and transnational innovation. It has to be very inclusive. If such an inclusive platform can be built, it would be worthwhile. In the end, we can establish a space for global discourse. The emotional aspects of Hallyu, trust and network of Hallyu can be utilized so that we can share and think about solutions for global issues. In doing all of this, the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism has a very big role to play as the center of government. That is why public communication is being emphasized as being very important. MCST needs to focus more on public communication to communicate further with the rest of the world. It's not just about sharing global issues, but also sharing the solutions that Korea has with the rest of the world. We need to engage in persuasion and make sure that the value of such solutions can be understood by the rest of the world. Finally, I'd like to talk about collaboration and co-production in pursuing such policies. Interministerial collaboration is very important. Right now, it's pretty much fragmented, but we need more organic collaboration and coordination going beyond the Hallyu Cooperation Committee. Hallyu has to become more of a Hallyu for all. It has to go one level up. And we believe that globalization in the future will take a new form, especially after COVID. And new issues will be facing the world as well. In this respect, how are we going to approach this? How can Hallyu, that represents Korea's unique culture, be leveraged? This is important. But also, it's important how the world perceives Korea. The world wants to know what sort of potential solutions that Korea can provide. So I think there's a need to focus more on providing solutions to common global issues in the future using Hallyu as a fulcrum. And this is why the discourse taking place today is very important. It has to be transdisciplinary, and in the future, policy forums that engage many disciplines and involves the private sector as well as the academia can play a very important part. We need to continue such policy discussions, and that will allow Korea to become an advanced country and a focal point for the development of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kim. Through your presentation, you talked about what the state and how we have to overcome the barriers between different countries to develop the Korean wave. And yes, we need to find a disciplined way to do so, and how we can contribute to the Korean wave and redefine its role in the world. That was a very good presentation. Through Hallyu, the Korean wave, I would like our policies to be more converged, was your message. And you talked about being responsive, being more inclusive. And I think all of these points need to be taken into account when we develop policies for Hallyu. Next, I would like to invite our second speaker for session 1. Our next speaker is the Executive Advisor for the Ministry of Finance in Finland. And there is a famous think tank in the world in Finland called Sitra. And our next speaker is a researcher in this think tank. And we want to invite Mr. Teppo Turkey to give his comments on the Korean wave. And his title is Finland's Creative Industries and Innovation Policy Approach to the Economy. And he will talk about how Hallyu can not only contribute to tourism, but local development and other economic sectors. I would like to invite Teppo Turkey to give his presentation.
So hello, South Korea and Seoul. My name is Teppo Turkki. I am the executive advisor to our Ministry of Finance here in Finland about digitalization. And I am also the former counselor for science and technology and innovation in our embassy there in Seoul. I also work in our embassy in Tokyo, Japan. And thank you very much for inviting me to give a short presentation to your first K-Culture conference in Korea. I can say that in Finland, we have very well recognized that Hallyu, the Korean wave, has become a real global phenomenon. And it has also referred to the global popularity of the South Korea's cultural economy, exporting pop culture, entertainment, music, TV dramas, and movies. And as a matter of fact, we also are aware that South Korea is one of the countries in the world, if not the only one, that has a dedicated goal to become the world's leading exporter of the popular culture in a broad sense. And we can see that there's a lot of reasons for that. For example, according to UNESCO statistic, the global trade and culture goods amounted to 17 trillion US dollars in 2017. And of course, we understand that your government is eyeing to take a significant part of this pie for the Korean economy. And also, we know that the Hallyu has become a very important, for example, to Korean tourism as well. And if I remember right, that I read about that 2019, the total Hallyu-related tourist spent nearly about more than $1 billion US dollars in Korea. And what is very interesting is that the Hallyu-related tourism to Korea made more than half of the all inbound tourism that were heading to Korea. And of course, if you want to have an impact around the globe, the fan culture is really important. And 2019, there were close to 90 million Hallyu fans in more than 100 countries around the world. And of course, most of them live in Asia and Oceania, more than 70 million, and a little bit more than 10 million live in Americas, but also here in Europe and Finland, we have more than 7 million Hallyu fans. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to talk to you about the creative economy and creative industry in Finland. And just a moment, I will start my short presentation here. So I hope you can see my slides here now. I make a full mode. So just maybe one important observation how we are treating here this industry in Finland. First, I have to say that we recognize very well that the creative economy and the arts have a huge potential to contribute to Finland's economy, cultural and social well-being. And I say well-being is important. And as you know, Finland has now been 5 years the most happy country in the world. But it's not easy job to do it. And now we are facing in Finland that the creative economy and creative industry is transforming, and we have the renewal about all this business. Basically, it's about the systemic change to fuel the growth and build a better society through the creative economy. And there's a very interesting discussion now that we are having here, so I'm going to tell you more about that. In Finland, the creative economy is very important as a labor force. So today, maybe you can say that 8% of the all labor force is working under the creative industry. There's different categories for that. I will say some words later about that. But there's a lot of expertise, there's a lot of technology, there's a lot of workers, and of course there are creative people, directors and artists who do the content. So we can see that there's many layers where we can have the creative people working on the creative industry. And in Finland, we are following very much the UK model when we look the creative ecosystem. So it means that we have to have a lot of knowledge and talent in the different industrial sectors in the creative ecosystem. And we also see that it's not only about to have an individual talent or artists who are doing originals. They're very important. But as a matter of fact, it's a really broad ecosystem we talk about services like marketing, advertising, design, production, TV, radio production, IPRs. We talk about the tourism. We talk about the experiences what people have about the performing arts with galleries, museums. We talk about the content, games, mobile games, films, music, design or fashion. And of course, we talk about originals with the visual arts or crafts or designer making. So it's a very broad area of the society. And when you talk about the creative ecosystems, it's always important to understand that ecosystems have three main roots. We need to have innovation ecosystems that are integrating with the different knowledge on also the exploitation of the different business ecosystems. And also we talk about the knowledge ecosystems. So how to generate new knowledge and new technologies and new talent in a way that sense. And of course, then we have markets and business ecosystems focusing on the customer value creation. So you can't have an ecosystem if you don't have all these three elements inside that. So when I talk about the creative ecosystem in Finland, I also talk about the innovation, I talk about the knowledge, I talk about the business ecosystem, that they are bundled together. In Finland's creative ecosystem, we have grouped the creative activities into 4 different categories: the creative and cultural products, creative content, creative services, creative environments and platforms. And all these differ from each other in terms of value creation logic, easiness of scalability, and recycling the intangible value, and the role of the interaction and communities in the value creation process. And now, when I said it's about the systemic change, we are just focusing now how these different topics are moving in society. So we have made a roadmap. So we look differently, the scalable products and content, like music. Of course, then we have a lot of creative services and art and culture. And so we identified all these sectors. And now we are looking also at the key actors and also to identify the processes when they start to deal with the different industries. So we need to have a right competencies and skills. This is very important because the government can help in education, universities and schools about to have a skilled people and talent people working on that. We need data, we need the statistics. As a matter of fact, we say that we need to have a updated information how the creative industry is doing, not maybe on a daily basis, but on a monthly basis, and understand that. And then how it's combined also to the public services is important. And then we are looking now how the roadmap will lead to interaction and collaboration with different industries. So there's a lot of dialogue that we need with the industries. We also have to understand, for example, how the technology and creative industry, creative economy can collaborate together, how to make a deal. And also we have to define what kind of future actions we need to push more collaboration and also the business around this. So this is a process that we are working today. Our government has also made goals, what we should do in 4 years. So we are going to create new jobs, more than 150,000 in a few years. There's a problem now because the COVID-19 and Corona pandemic is slowed down, but still we keep this goal. We want to also raise the creative economy slide of our GDP close to 4%, maybe to 5%, I don't know. And also we have to understand how are the working conditions of the employees in the creative industry and the creative ecosystem and how to improve that. And in general also, because this is becoming a more and more important area in the whole society and export area, we have to understand how to support how it's boost the growth in all sectors by generating more value in a society. For example, one case, maybe you have heard about Slush. It's 14 years now going on. It's the biggest startup event in Europe. In 2020, there were more than 25,000 people joining here in the Slush event in November in Helsinki. I think there's been hundreds of Koreans also in Helsinki, and this has become the event for all creative new companies when they are looking for venture capital money or funders and so. Slush is a really good example how we join all these different ecosystems, business, knowledge, creativity and innovation in the same place. And you are welcome to come to Slush. And of course, just a few words about it. Europe has recognized very well the creative economy, and they have made a program starting from last year, 2021, until 2027. And Europe is generally close to $2 billion for this program. And most of them go to media, audiovisuals and films, the culture, but also cross-sectoral areas. So we are tapping also the European money funding and also the European economy in this SAS. So my basic message is that creative economy, creative ecosystem is becoming more and more important in Finland. We see that it's a big growth engine. We need that. And also what I would like to say that we Finns, we would like to collaborate with you Koreans. I think we can share information, we can do some kind of joint programs or even joint production together. And I'm ready to open up this discussion with you Koreans there. So, 감사합니다. Thank you very much. And I hope you have a very nice conference there in Korea. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. That was Mr. Teppo Turkey. He talked about Finland's experience and how the creative industries and innovation policies were effective as an approach. This creative economy was a national model that he talked about, and it had many implications. I believe that people and data were two keywords that he mentioned and that impressed me. In order to make Hallyu a sustainable platform, we need evidence-based, in other words, data-based and scientific management, as well as private and public cooperation. If Hallyu wants to promote tourism, it will have to make sure that the regional economy is promoted and enhances the well-being of the regional community. I believe that Hallyu can become a very important contributor towards this policy end. Professor Sako talked about Europe's case. And in this respect, Mr. Turkey talked about Hallyu from the perspective of an innovation expert. The next speaker is from the U.S., from the Penn State University. He's a sociologist, and he'll be talking about the text and context, a new horizon for contexts, social, cultural values, and missions.
I would like to thank the organizers for this opportunity to speak at this conference and share some ideas to seed further conversations about K-pop. In fact, truthfully, I feel honored to be invited to speak. And so again, thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm going to focus my thoughts around three different questions, all related to how outsiders are thinking about Korea and K-pop. So first, when I think about the meaning and value of K-pop from the vantage point of those of us outside of Korea, I have to start out by saying that K-pop is a unique contribution to global culture. We all know this, right? It's why we're here. With the upbeat rhythms, the skilled vocals and dancing, lyrics, and images that are not vulgar and disruptive to one's imagination. K-pop stands alone as a cultural and musical style. There's C-pop, there's J-pop, and dynamic music being produced all over the world. And I'm a Latin Americanist by training, and I've spent nearly 40 years in deep study of Central and South America. And I can tell you that there are some fantastically original and creative musical genres coming out of the Americas. But K-pop and K-performers, or K-pop performers, they really stand alone in being able to capture a disproportionate amount of interest from consumers of culture around the world. So there's a long series of positive associations when people outside of Korea think about K-pop. And these positive associations spill over into other segments of the political and economic world when policy specialists need to consider Korea and the economic and political power that Korean society has in the world. So this is soft power that Korea wields around the world, and so many people discuss it. However, we're so used to saying soft power in reference to Korea that I'm afraid it loses its weight and its importance for the continued expansion of Korea's economic and political power. So each positive association feeds other positive associations. This will be critical to my last point that I'm going to make. So just as an example, my university has for 50 years had one of the top college football teams in the United States. And solely because the team wins a lot of games, many people have formed the idea that Penn State is an excellent university. Football and academic excellence are not at all related, but football as a cultural activity still promotes other positive ways of seeing the university. So we're one of the top 60 research universities in the world, but it has nothing to do with football. And hardly anyone who thinks Penn State is an excellent school actually knows about our extremely high global research rating, top 60. For so many people, good football team equals good school. So cultural displays have power, and K-pop has the power to motivate people to see Korea as one of the most important countries in the world. I talk to so many people who, from the US, from other countries outside of Korea, who know nothing about Korea aside from a number of K-pop bands, maybe the Seoul Olympics or delicious Korean chicken recipes. And these same people are always saying things like, Korea is a cool country, Korea seems to be gaining strength, Korea is an important country. It's soft power coming to life. I see it all around me. And that's what's happening, of course, but it doesn't mean that this will always be the perception of Korea. And this brings me to my other two questions that I want to look at. I often think about the positive and negative impacts of K-pop and what might be some unforeseen side effects of this cultural movement. One thing that I sometimes think about is the perception that Korea is a very youth-oriented society. Most every component of K-culture is youth-focused, especially K-pop. So let me acknowledge here, and I will as a sociologist, that all cultures focus heavily on the young more than middle and older aged people. But it's so pronounced in K-pop and K-film and K-drama, especially for Korean women. The popular Korean cultural female artists are almost always present an image that is extremely youthful. And maybe extremely youthful is downplaying this. Perhaps I should say extraordinarily youthful, and that would be more accurate. And like everything, there are positive and negative outcomes of this. So I don't have time to list them in this talk, but I do have a question as a sociologist. I wonder how this impacts the power that Korean women are able to have as they move up the levels of management in organizations and as they and companies, right? Take different positions in companies. Is this focus on youth more likely to strengthen women's power, or more likely to undermine women's opportunities for upward mobility? The entire world is moving toward women sharing the most powerful positions throughout organizations. And I know that Korean women now have much more power than in the past. And each year they flex their collective muscle a little more than the previous year. I'm just thinking out loud about whether the focus on extreme youth in K-culture, K-pop culture, enables or hinders Korean women. So aside from the desire to move Korea closer to democratic egalitarianism on a wide range of social issues, why does this matter? It matters because the current and future population pyramid of South Korea tells us that Korea is headed for some very, very challenging times. And these challenges will only be solved if women are fully empowered to participate in all aspects of the economy. Korea is going to need a strong, capable, and fully respected, and again, fully empowered population of women in order to address these concerns and these issues that are coming at us. So, the third thing, if I had the opportunity to advise the new government about what steps to take that will support the K-pop industry around the world, I have two things that I would like to discuss. And neither of them actually involves directly investing resources in the industry, but point to my earlier statement that every positive association feeds other positive associations. The first thing I would say is do not escalate conflict with the North, the PDRK. A large part of Korean image stems from perceived openness and support for art and creativity as opposed to war and conflict. The more violent rhetoric is amplified, the more likely it is that people outside of Korea come to see Korea as just another militaristic, post-capitalist state. Such rhetoric, or this kind of rhetoric, undermines what it is about South Korea that draws people to the country, the culture, and most importantly, to the Korean people. The second thing I would say grows out of my profession as a sociologist who studies social systems and social cultures, or social structures. I think this new government needs to continue, or in my humble opinion, this new government needs to continue to address the issue of economic inequality. And let me say that differently, actually. If economic inequality is not seriously addressed, the new social and all new social and cultural construction just continues to be built upon a very unstable foundation. I don't have time to lay out the many consequences of this, but they are pretty grave. And if things fall apart at home, it has a troubling impact on how foreigners are going to see the country, the culture, and most importantly, the people of South Korea. So I would recommend that this new government does whatever it needs to do in order to address inequality in the coming years. And this sums up my thoughts. And once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I really look forward to hearing some of the other speakers.
네, 감사합니다. 샘 리차드 교수님 발표가
Thank you, Professor Sam Richards. You mentioned many points about how Korea could be perceived by the international community, and you also talked about the need for K-pop to continue to be creative, and you mentioned not just culture, but society and politics, and how Hallyu could even contribute to economic growth. And as was mentioned by Professor Kim, Hallyu plays a central role in soft power on how Korea is perceived. And you also talked about the importance of rhetoric and why Hallyu should contribute to alleviating social inequality. And you even talked about relationships between North and South Korea. And Hallyu can contribute to human rights, peace, and equality, I think was the gist of your message. Next, we will move from Europe, Northern Europe, the US, back to Korea. And our next speaker is an expert on the Korean wave and has worked for a long time as a researcher working on Korean wave and tourism. And our next speaker, Professor Dr. Kim Gyu-chan, will be talking about the Korean culture's media ecosystem.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Kim Gyu-chan from KCTI. Today's theme that I'll talk about is K-culture's platform economy and media ecosystem. The theme of session 1 is K-culture as the spirit of the times. So I'd like to look at Hallyu from the conceptual point of view and how that relates to the spirit of the times. I'll also talk about the Hallyu platform and the media ecosystem. And finally, I will conclude by touching upon the policy implications. There are many definitions of Hallyu. One of them would be that it is something that is consumed by overseas consumers, but is produced by Korea. Some people have defined it as a spontaneous phenomenon and a sustained phenomenon. And it is also considered to be a fashionable phenomenon. This is a word cloud from Be Kinds, and it looks at words associated with Hallyu. It consists of Squid Game, BTS, and K-pop. It also includes words such as being proud, being positive, but it also includes some negative words, such as something is wrong or it is going the wrong way. We need to separate the two characters of Hallyu, Han and Ryu. Han looks at the attributes of the contents, in other words, what it is that we're going to send out to the world and share with the world. So we call Hallyu something that is Koreanness. For a long while, we've been trying to identify what is Korean. In the 20th century, we've been researching things like Han style, and we've also tried to pinpoint 100 top symbols of Korean culture. These efforts are necessary, but when we're talking about Hallyu as a phenomenon of Korean things being consumed by overseas consumers, we have to go beyond what is Korean. First, we need to look at the temporality of Hallyu. If we have Gwangun and Gangnam, which one is more Korean? Both are Korean, but from the Hallyu's point of view, what is more prominent? So this is more about history. Also proprietary, in other words, what is properly Korean? Bibimbap, kimchi, jjajangmyeon, tteokbokki. What is more Korean and what really shows Korea in a true fashion? Then what is Korean? When we say Korea, I don't think we can say there's anything that's 100% Korea, because that's how culture forms historically. There's some exchange with the outside world, some give and take, and sharing with the outside world, and that's how culture forms. So in terms of percentage, I don't think there's anything that is 100% Korean. We can also think about the spatiality of Hallyu. What was written overseas can be sung by a Korean performer and vice versa. For example, Esbil, a foreign singer, can sing something and we can call that ours or part of a Hallyu. Usually we look at the Western world when we determine the success of Hallyu. But which space or which area should we look at in order to measure the success of Hallyu? We need to study the inherent value of a Hallyu, and I think in this respect we need to go from singularity to universality. The second character, Ryu, means flow. When something flows, which direction does it flow and how long does it flow? Those are two important things. There has been a long concern in Korea regarding cultural imperialism. From the beginning of Hallyu, we have always thought about it as a private-led cultural exchange and a bidirectional cultural exchange. So the direction has to be set in the right way. Who will lead Hallyu? Will it be the creator or the consumer? And in order for fandom to be established and sustained and have a larger impact, the issue of voluntarity has to be addressed as well. Hallyu also has to be scalable and requires understanding of the other party. Therefore, mutuality is another issue that has to be addressed. The meaning of Hallyu to the outside world becomes important, and that means what we used to be just proud of has to expand to include compassion for the outside world, inclusiveness, and sharing. In this respect, we need to understand Hallyu as a platform. Platform economy is when users engage in transaction and interaction in a physical, virtual, or systemic environment. The platform economy and its network effect has been leveraged very much by Hallyu. Until now, what we created inside Korea wasn't approachable by the outside world, but the platform economy made it accessible to the outside world. And this again came back to further promote our creativity. The Hallyu platform, or the media ecosystem at the present, shows that change is taking place. Genre doesn't matter as much. And IP has become the center of this ecosystem as well as linkage. Content's IP, in other words, the source, is very important. The story, IP area, and character has to be linked, and in this respect, the fandom platform becomes important. We need to make efforts to expand the content's user cultural base. All of these factors become a subject to our policy formulation, and we need to make sure that we need to understand this from a very integrated and broad perspective to go in the right direction. What is the policy implications? Hallyu has to reflect the spirit of the times by increasing policy flexibility. It's already been 20 years since we've started talking about Hallyu. It started with East Asia and has now become a global phenomenon. So it is expanding and developing. While the world is changing, Hallyu requires us to take a broader and open view. That's the policy implication. We've been preoccupied with certain concepts such as the modern citizen state or the Western-centric way of thinking. We need to break away from this. We need to become more flexible. Relativity and complexity has to be recognized and understood. There are many things required, such as economy or technology, for Hallyu. We've developed in terms of economy as well as technology, and more importantly, we're showing our potential as a cultural state. So we need to change from exclusive Hallyu to inclusive Hallyu. Instead of stressing how this is Korean, we need to become more inclusive and expand the scope of Hallyu. We need to expand Hallyu from a national phenomenon to a regional Hallyu. Hallyu is a product of a national way of thinking, but we need to expand our view to include regions and furthermore the international community and other continents. Rather than thinking in a national unit, we need to look at cities, the Korean Peninsula, and the Asian region. When we take a broader view like this, we can be better at promoting Hallyu. We need to create a global culture that not only recognizes the importance of history, but also the importance of the present times. Hallyu is a platform that can be used to address social issues. It can provide a key to address such social issues. We can talk about policies from a new perspective. And if we go into the cultural policies, Hallyu can provide a new direction to the current issues, such as cultural contents rating or military duty for entertainers. Culture can also become an instrument to address the economy and security issues as well. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. We heard a presentation on the Hallyu platform economy and media ecosystem. You said that Hallyu was a platform, and in the media ecosystem, you talked about how Hallyu should evolve and coexist with the ecosystem. You talked about inclusiveness, openness, and the fact that Hallyu could be used innovatively to resolve social issues. I believe that these are policy initiatives that could be implemented by the new government. And I'd like to thank Mr. Kim, and we will now end session 1. I would like to thank all the 4 speakers of session 1 once again. We will follow with session 2. We are going to talk about policy initiatives for a sustainable Korean wave. And if we looked at the multiple aspects of Hallyu and how different countries and regions are looking at Hallyu, that was what we looked at in session 1. Now, in session 2, based on what we have heard, we are going to talk about how we can make the Korean wave more sustainable. It's a very tactical and strategical subject. We have invited 4 speakers: Professor Stephen Duncombe from New York University, and Dr. Choi Ji-young, who has studied Hallyu for a very long time at KCTI. And we also have the Secretary General of the Korea VR Content Association, Kim Sung-kwang, and Professor Lee Sung-min from Korea National Open University. We will now start session 2 of our conference. And I'd like to invite Stephen Duncombe, Professor of Media and Culture at New York University, to give his speech. The title is K-Culture for Sustainable Development and Social Innovation.
Hello, my name is Stephen Duncombe, and I'm honored to be here with you today for this first Hallyu conference. I want to thank those who invited me to this conference, and also especially to those who organized this conference. And today, from New York City, I speak from 2 interrelated perspectives. From my position as a scholar of culture and politics at New York University, but also as the co-founder of a nonprofit organization called the Center for Artistic Activism. The Center for Artistic Activism is a research and training institute that works with artists and activists around the world, training activists to create a little bit more like artists, and artists to strategize a little bit more like activists. Now, the Center for Artistic Activism came out of my own experience as an activist when I was a younger person. And as an activist, what I did a lot of is go to protests like this, and then later I would organize protests like this. And these were meant to be a demonstration of people's power, but I found them profoundly disempowering. They followed stock traditions inherited from the past. We'd march, we'd chant, we'd listen to speakers. And usually, they were about what we were against rather than what we were for. We focused on a no rather than a yes. And so I began looking for other models. And I found them in art, radical art like this from the early Soviet avant-garde. And I studied the qualities of artistic expression. And I partnered with an artist, Steve Lambert, to co-found the C4AA. And together we began thinking of protest like performances, thinking about the importance of the critical element of surprise to disrupt stock notions of thinking, about creating emotional experiences like art does to move people to action, and constructing visions of an alternative reality, a yes rather than a no. And at the center, we began creating protests that looked a lot more like this. This was a group of gay and lesbian and Roma rights organizers that we worked with in North Macedonia. And they were protesting the repressive measures of their government at that time. But instead of saying no, what we decided to do was to build the future utopia, what they called the future republic of the former Republic of Yugoslavia, around an ideal world that they wanted to inhabit, about a world that would accept people like them. And so for a weekend in a park, a beautiful spring, we actually constructed a counter Macedonia. And the surprising thing was it worked. People came. These were groups that had their offices firebombed only a few years earlier, but presented as an option of sort of this experience that people wanted to be part of. It was an incredibly popular protest, the most popular protest they had for over 10 years. Yes, their friends, activists came, but also just everyday people wandering through the park came in to check it out and find out what they were doing. And we had passports, we had a border patrol, we had a border guard, we had places where people could sit down and talk to their fellow citizens, their fellow gay and lesbian citizens, their fellow Roma citizens. It was a remarkable success. And done this around the world. And one of the most important lessons I've learned working with activists and around activism around the world is that what is accepted practice, what is often popular practice, is not always the most effective in bringing about change and affective in speaking to the hearts of people. One needs to be creative, surprising, and above all, innovative if one is to be affective and effective, to speak to the heart and bring about change. With this in mind, I now want to turn to Hallyu and address some of the prompts the organizers of this conference has put before us. The Korean wave is a powerful, powerful force in the US and around the world. My students who have no Korean ancestry, have never visited Korea, are obsessed with all things Korean. However, the vast majority of the Korean culture we're exposed to is K-pop. This is BTS at the Oscar Awards this year, and K-beauty, mainstreaming of K-beauty products. Recently, we've been exposed to more serious endeavors like Parasite and Squid Game, but by and large, most of the Korean wave is thought of in terms of K-pop and K-beauty. There is, however, another side to Korean culture that the rest of the world rarely sees, and they should. And here's a clip from a band which the rest of the world should be exposed to. That's the Korean band ADG7, and they appeared on US National Public Radio's Tiny Desk series, which sounds like great exposure. But just to put that in perspective, the YouTube video of this was viewed 66,000 views, even though it's several years old. That's versus 1.4 billion YouTube views for BTS's new hit, Dynamite. And it's not just ADG7 that isn't exposed to the rest of the world, but it's incredibly innovative Korean artists like, for example, Korean rappers like Swervy, or drag performers like Nana, or electronic musicians like Sifika, and singer and designer Miso, the collective. These people are known only to the most devoted fans of Korean culture around the world. Yet I want to suggest that it's artists like these, non-traditional artists, innovative artists, avant-garde artists, that are critical for Hallyu's next wave. Now, there's a precedence for governmental support for innovative and avant-garde artists. The American wave, for example, after World War II, and continuing throughout the 20th century, was largely represented to the world through images like this: consumer industrial products and Hollywood films. Yet the US government engaged in a propaganda war with the Soviet Union over who best represented the promise of freedom and justice, also actively promoted more innovative and avant-garde artists as part of a global strategy of soft power. For example, curating touring art shows of painters like Jackson Pollock, whose work is here, Georgie O'Keeffe, Romare Bearden, Jacob Lawrence, and other modern artists. Also sponsoring world tours of jazz legends like Louis Armstrong and other jazz players overseas. Now, this was done openly through the US State Department and the US Information Agency. It was done covertly through the CIA and various front groups like the Congress for Cultural Freedom, and also in alliance with non-governmental institutions like Museum for Modern Art here in New York. cutting-edge, non-pop culture was exported to the rest of the world through concerts, exhibits, conferences, meetings, etc. And this was part of a cultural strategy. It wasn't without controversy. The first attempt by the US government to showcase avant-garde art to the world, a show called Advancing American Art, was denounced by certain US politicians as un-American, and funding was cut. Prominent African-American jazz musicians often resented being used as a demonstration of racial opportunity and equality abroad when they still faced prejudice and segregation at home. But by and large, I would say this was a very good strategy. It was good for the United States, which became known across the world as the center of artistic and musical innovation for the latter half of the 20th century, and also good for the artists, who were supported both directly by government funding and indirectly through global exposure. Now, showcasing innovative cultures is not only a governmental strategy from the past. If you were to ask most people of the image of, say, Iceland today, you might get this: lagoons, Vikings, and volcanoes. But you might also get this: Bjork. Bjork is a pop musician, or say alternative pop musician. Here she is in her famous or infamous swan dress at the Academy Awards. But Bjork is not Iceland's only musical export. For example, before she became Bjork, she was in the Sugar Cubes, or with world-renowned avant-garde pop music, Sigur Rós, and then a group like, more recently, Monsters and Men. But these are only a few of the alternative popular music stars that are coming out of Iceland. They're all internationally known, and they're all from this small, isolated nation of only 360,000 people. So how do you explain this? This isn't an accident. It's actually part of a conscious plan of funding and support from the private-public partnership known as Iceland Music. And Iceland Music is the music export office of Iceland. They support artists materially by setting up festivals, helping with publicity, creating recording labels, and offering artists grants to perform internationally. This is a necessity in a small, isolated nation like Iceland, but it also has made Iceland into a cultural leader around the world. So, in conclusion, I want to suggest something we all know, that Hallyu 1.0 has been incredibly successful. But I also want to depart, perhaps, in congratulations, because like those political protests I used to attend and organize back in my youth, Hallyu risks becoming routine, unsurprising, and therefore less effective and affective. If Hallyu is not to become stale, it needs to innovate. And Korea has the innovators to make this happen in their own underground cultural scenes. What I want to suggest, and what I want to propose, and what I want to urge, is that the Korean government invest in programs that will support these innovative and experimental artists and introduce them to the rest of the world. This would be a sort of Hallyu 2.0, or perhaps an alt Hallyu. And this support is going to need to take a different form than K-pop and K-beauty. These are artists, they're not products. They can't be packaged and sold. Their integrity is part of their value. And there's no formulas here. Lots of failures, but high risk can equal high reward. Innovation and surprise, I would argue, are absolutely necessary if the Korean wave is to continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
세계 최고의 대학
Thank you very much. From a renowned university, we had the professor talk about this. And we saw that other research institutes and many renowned organizations are studying Hallyu and exchanging opinion about Hallyu. So it is a true global phenomenon. I think it's because of the spirit behind Hallyu and the innovative characteristics of Hallyu. I believe that we also need to step up our efforts, and the Korean government, as well as many experts, need to pool our wisdom and efforts to make Hallyu more sustainable and stronger in the future. We have another expert with us, and she'll be talking about the future strategy for Hallyu with focus on tourism. The theme will be K-culture that works to build better tourism for better lives. The speaker is Choi Ji-young, Research Fellow of KCTI.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. I'm Choi Ji-young from KCTI. During the first session, we talked about the Hallyu spirit in depth, and I would like to talk about how we can use the impact of Hallyu to help other sectors of the industry. And amongst the impact that we can have on other industries, I believe that the biggest impact will be the impact on tourism. So I would like to look at Hallyu tourism. Defining what Hallyu tourism is will not be easy, so I will not try to do that. But I would like to look at how tourism in Korea can be attractive thanks to Hallyu, and how the tourists who come to visit Korea because of Hallyu, what we can offer to them, and what they think. Were they happy when they visited Korea? And do we understand them appropriately to be able to use the impact of Hallyu? So I'd like to talk about the evolution of Hallyu tourism, the characteristics of Hallyu tourists, what the issues are for Hallyu tourism, and what kind of future strategies we can set up to resolve these issues. So I will speak about these 4 subjects. Let's first look at the evolution of Hallyu tourism. Ever since the development of Hallyu, since the broadcasting of Winter Sonata, people started to visit Nami Island. And after that, the number of tourists visiting Korea increased considerably, not just because of Hallyu, that is true, but Hallyu tourism contributed to the growth of tourism in Korea. That is a fact. And if we look at the numbers, and if you read my slide, you will remember that many Hallyu contents were contributed to the increase of Hallyu tourism because we had a lot of successful products that came out. When BTS became popular and successful, many tourists wanted to visit Korea to experience BTS and to be part of BTS. And 20 million tourists was the goal of Hallyu. But because of COVID-19, the number of tourists went down, unfortunately. And we are hoping that Hallyu tourists will return to Korea after COVID. Because while the world was closed because of COVID, through the different contents, we were able to show how attractive K-contents are. And Korean contents were introduced to foreigners, and they were attracted to the K-contents online during the COVID. And so we hope that after COVID is over, we will see a return of Hallyu tourists in Korea. Let's look at the characteristics of the Hallyu tourists. If we had some updated data, that would have been more helpful, but because of the pandemic, we haven't had many tourists in Korea recently, and many of the data we have are outdated. But I think that we can look at the past characteristics of Hallyu tourists to gain some insight on what we can do in the future. And in 2014, there was a study on Hallyu tourists, and we identified the tourists that visited Korea to experience K-content. These were office workers, women office workers living in Asia, or students, or those who came to visit Korea with colleagues or friends. And it was very decentralized. These people did not join a group when they visited Korea. They visited different locations around Korea individually. and they preferred to use low-cost accommodations, but they stayed in Korea for a longer time, spending more money than non-Hallyu tourists. And they spent considerably on cultural products and shopping. And another important point, they revisited Korea many times, and their satisfaction rate was also very high. So if we summarize these 2 pages, we had a lot of people visiting that were under 30 amongst the Hallyu tourists, 83% compared to 39% of other tourists, and they traveled alone, not in groups. They stayed in low-cost accommodations, and they stayed for more than 6 days. So we call these Hallyu tourists heavy users. And these tourists were unsatisfied and unhappy about the following. They said that once they came to Korea, they didn't find anything interesting to visit, to experience. They hoped to visit management companies, entertainment companies, or experience Hallyu stars' makeup and beauty, or experience the different cultural facets that they saw in dramas and TV shows, but they were unable to do it. So they were very unhappy and unsatisfied. I believe that we need to develop these cultural experiences to attract more tourists. And now let's look at how we can satisfy their needs. We need to look at whether we have the infrastructure to cater to their needs. Do we have the right service infrastructure to service their needs? And if K-pop is popular, are we just having K-pop concerts that are the same everywhere around Korea instead of trying to make each concert different? We need to think about that. Overseas, we have different examples where there have been infrastructure that has been developed to attract tourists. We have the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and the Beatles Museum, or Museum of Pop Culture. We have different locations and infrastructure that have been built specifically to invite people to enjoy the popular culture of that location and country. Have we been able to do that in Korea? Beginning 2005, at the beginning of the Hallyu wave, we had a lot of discussions on creating this infrastructure. We announced major plans to build this infrastructure. Hallyu World, Hallyu Ud. There were announcements to build these types of infrastructure. We're going to build a Hallyu Star Street. We're going to build a K-pop arena or Hallyu theme park. A lot of plans were announced and discussed. The K-pop arena, you may think that it's already built, but that's not true. Compared to the Sejong Cultural Center and the Seoul Arts Center, the public money went into building these centers. But for K-pop arena, because the builders thought that it would not be profitable, the plan was scrapped. And so even the Philippines have their own arena, which is a major concert location. But K-pop, which came out of Korea, Korea does not have an arena. So in order to satisfy the needs of the Hallyu tourists, so to help them experience Korea's pop culture, we need to develop experiences and places they can visit to satisfy their needs. We need to build an infrastructure where we can develop contents for the infrastructure to cater to the needs of our Hallyu tourists. And I think that this is an urgent matter, the need to build an infrastructure to contain all of these contents for our future tourists. So what about our future strategies? If we don't have enough attractive locations to visit, then we have to build them. We have to build the infrastructure that can contain the different K contents. And we must not have concerts that are the same in every location. We have to develop differentiated cultural products that are competitive. And we also need to offer the right tourism services and improve our services in order to satisfy the needs of our Hallyu visitors and Hallyu tourists in the future. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. So with regard to Hallyu tourism, you talked about the role and responsibilities of the public sector, and Hallyu has an direct and indirect impact on the tourism sector, and because of COVID, maybe we were unable to respond to the demand, but this demand will grow exponentially in the future after COVID is over. And in that sense, we need to develop the right services to cater to these tourists. And we need a special arena for K-pop, and we need to build the right infrastructure to do that. And maybe we can say that we need the city to offer and develop the contents for K-pop and K-culture. I would like to invite Mr. Kim Song-kwan, who is our next speaker, the Secretary General of Korea's VR Content Association, to talk about the entrepreneurship and innovation of the K-content industry in the age of digital transformation. I am going to talk about old media like TV and the movie theater and move on to the new media, which is metaverse, from the perspective of CPND, which is Contents Platform Network and Device. Hallyu began in the 1990s and expanded as a subculture in China and Japan originally, and it was influenced by the diplomatic relationships we had with neighboring countries, and now Hallyu has become a cultural phenomenon. And like the Fourth Industrial Revolution and the creative industries, we talk a lot about the contents industry, and it has converged to digital already. And Hallyu, which has become digitalized, shows this very clearly. Hallyu is not complicated to distribute, and we can connect to the consumer directly. From production to consumption, everything is digital, and because we were able to convert very quickly, during COVID, we have shown that Hallyu contents can become a competitive industry. And in order to understand how we evolved, I would like to look at each of the different phases of Hallyu from the perspective of contents, platform, network, and device. Because if we do this, we'll be able to understand the value chain of this industry. In the past, contents, when it was consumed, it was a product just like any other product, and it moved through ships or trains or trucks. And I'd like to talk about Hallyu and each of their phases from the perspective of CPND. The first phase is from mid-90s until 2002. And the CPND is very different from what it is today. Contents exports was focused on electronics, and apart from contents, platform, network, and device were just means and tools to enjoy the contents. And DVDs, TVs, and PCs were shipped on containers and exported and delivered to the consumer. The network at this time was a web version 1.0. It was before the high-speed internet was introduced. And through the internet, we were able to watch the first generation of K-dramas and K-products. The online games just started, and most of the games were console games. And it was a cultural expansion focused on subculture. And it was a period where the word Hallyu, or Korean wave, was used for the first time. The second phase is between 2003 and 2009. It was when the Hallyu culture expanded considerably and developed considerably in China, Southeast Asia, mostly in Asian countries. And through the internet and through illegal copies, it expanded into Asia. Winter Sonata, Jewel in the Palace were very popular, and Korean idol singers were also very popular, and this Hallyu content developed considerably. And game businesses focused on sports also grew considerably. If we look at the network, it was when the internet grew and we were using 2G. We were moving from 2G to 3G, and we saw the beginning of the mobile internet. And that's when the content started to expand. The third phase is between 2010 and 2017. It's when Japan embraced the Hallyu culture, and it's during this period where the Hallyu phenomenon spread worldwide. And it wasn't just movies, but reality shows, dramas, and music videos. Many videos, including games, expanded overseas. And we see a digital convergence of the contents during this period. And wave, ryu, means flow, and we can translate this as stream in English. During the third phase, digitally, we could see that K content started to be streamed globally. And the Korean wave started to develop technically in the current form. And in order to listen to music, in order to play a game, in order to watch a movie, anybody could connect to the internet through their own device to play the content that they wanted to see or watch and enjoy. And because the internet connection speed became faster, illegal copying still existed, illegal downloads still existed, but they were considerably reduced. In 2010, I was working in the National Assembly, and I met with many people from the Association of Singers, and we had a lot of discussions about copyrights. And the Ministry of Culture and the Copyright Association people were in opposition and in conflict. And I asked, who has the biggest power in the music industry? And everybody answered that it was Melon, the Melon platform. And I was very surprised by this answer. I think this answer means that already in 2010, because Korea had a very high-speed internet connection, within Korea, we already had a CPND platform. And as the high-speed internet developed overseas, as the overseas platform developed, we were able to adapt to this platform very quickly. So what I would like to say is that there is a K value chain and there is a global value chain, but they go together. They are not different. The fourth phase is between 2018 until today. And during this period, we were faced with COVID, and we saw platforms that had been changed. And we see more and more live streaming on the platforms, and we also see mobile platforms and OTT platforms that were greatly developed. Of course, live platforms and high-definition networks already existed in Korea at the time. And so we were able to adapt to the new culture and move towards global markets. When we look at the network market, games took up 50% of the exports of our contents, and our movies and webtoons became globally recognized, and foreign producers started to consume Korean content actively. And the contents moved from wired to wireless and then to handheld devices. And the handheld devices' screens became bigger. And we also saw the beginning of VR and AR devices. What I would like to say is that because of fast telecommunication capacity, many people are using smart devices in order to consume the content. People are no longer watching the contents from their TV screens. And when we look at the subway, at the beginning of the 1990s and the 2000s, there were a lot of ads that we could see in the subway. But today, when we take the subway, we don't see many ads anymore. We only see one or two ads. The ad boxes are empty. So this is a major change. Hallyu contents have become mainstream today, and BTS visited the UN and have become ambassadors for UN's SDGs. And so now Hallyu is no longer a subculture, but has become a mainstream culture. And I think that this means several things for us on many levels. As you can see, this is how the market has evolved. The market has become faster, and our devices have changed. Our platforms have adapted to the personal devices, and contents are being produced to adapt and to be consumed by these personal devices. Now I'd like to end with the message of what our companies and private sector can do and what the government can do. As I told you before, Hallyu is no longer a subculture. It has become a mainstream culture. It has become a major trend. So we need to develop contents that are connected with ESG. And we also need to invest considerably in new industries like NFT and metaverse. With regard to the government's role, the government needs to study and analyze the market for converged contents under the CPND structure and must not try to follow the traditional supply chain when doing this. And we have the Hallyu Committee under the Ministry of Culture, but in order to facilitate inter-ministry collaboration, we need to elevate the role of this committee to report directly to the Prime Minister and legislate this. And lastly, we need to increase support for the development of new global platforms and contents for different devices. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. So you introduced the different phases of Hallyu, and you looked at the different phases under CPND, Contents, Platform, Network, and Device. And you also said that the way the Hallyu was being consumed according to how the consumer's lifestyles were changing is important. And you also talked about the necessity of developing policies that could adapt to different platforms like metaverses or different types of platforms that are appearing these days. And you also talked about sustainability of Hallyu so that Hallyu could become globally sustainable and how the government can help. Next, we will like to hear our next speaker who will talk about how we can make the K-culture more sustainable. Professor Lee Sung-min will be giving the presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Lee Sung-min from the Korean Open University. I'd like to thank you for the introduction. Today I'll be talking about towards the future fit K-culture, the sustainable strategy of broadcasting media and contents. Today I'll focus on the new Hallyu, especially from the broadcast and video point of view. The most noteworthy event in our broadcasting area was the fact that the Squid Game was a major hit. It ranked number one for 42 consecutive weeks. And as you can see, even the Netflix CEO was photographed wearing the training. That was an outfit appearing in the Squid Game series. Do you know what year it was when Psy made a hit with Gangnam Style? It was 2013, and YouTube was the media at the time. How does that relate to K-pop and Hallyu? Many people had different opinions at the time, but it was 2013, the same year when BTS made their debut. So what I'd like to say is that perhaps Squid Game is only the beginning. What we are seeing happening in the broadcast area could be the beginning of something potentially huge. And I think we will see a major phenomenon take place here. How much of an impact did the Squid Game have? This is a scene in the study made by the International Cultural Exchange Research Institute. BTS and Squid Game were the major two hits last year. For Squid Game, the many viral videos made by fans followed the drama series on the YouTube. So 5 out of the top 10 YouTube viewers was related to Squid Game. That shows how popular the series was and how much attention it attracted. Then what was behind this phenomenon? Why is it that a new Hallyu emerged in the broadcasting area? Netflix created the Squid Game. It was an original series by Netflix, and that's an OTT platform. So as you can see, we have an international competition stage in place, and that is why we have foreign media investing in Korean content. There's fierce competition in the US in the OTT market. Video is being consumed online now, and as this change takes place, companies are competing with each other fiercely so that they can secure an advantage in the market, and that is one of the reasons why they started investing in the Korean contents. Content is the weapon in the OTT war. That's why OTT has to invest in content, and you can see the amount of investment surging in 2020. But the problem is they are not only investing in their home ground, the US, but they are covering the whole world and targeting worldwide consumers. That is why they are looking at what sort of contents would be popular among all populations, and they may have to make a choice. It is in this stage where Korean contents emerged as a universally appealable content. That is how the Korean video contents could take center stage. Then why can we say that the Squid Game is part of a new Hallyu? I think we can look at find the answer in Mediascape. It was mentioned by a scholar in 1996. It was a concept used to explain what was happening because of satellites. The mediascape, in other words, the landscape of the media, especially in terms of the video media, it affects us in terms of choosing the repertoire. We are interacting with the media environment surrounding us. But then what did the global OTT do? It made sure that Hallyu became center stage of the OTT scene that was consumed by worldwide consumers. Then that means there are going to be an increased number of people who are familiar with Korean videos, And the preference for Korean video creations will become more widespread. This continued even after the Squid Game. We see continued demand for Korean video contents. There were some controversies over Squid Game because people said that the success was driven by Netflix because they marketed what they produced or created. But we found out that several Korean dramas are still ranking high on Netflix in terms of top TV shows. As you can see, Netflix consumers are still enjoying Korean video contents, even though it's not actively marketed by Netflix. As you can see, the Korean video content is no longer in the peripheries. It has emerged as a part of the global mainstream. Then, why am I saying structural change? It's because even if we don't want it, the global companies will be promoting these creations for their own benefit. In the French Netflix, they found that there was a research paper saying that whoever enjoyed a Korean drama on Netflix continuously, Netflix rides the wave and recommends Korean contents. This allows more people to enjoy Korean contents, and it creates a structure that can allow the same consumers to continuously enjoy and prefer Korea video contents. Then there's a question that arises. Now, these days, this year, pachinko is the buzzword, but this was produced by Apple, not by a Korean company. Here we can see that it's not only Koreans who enjoy Korean contents. That means the profit doesn't necessarily come to the Korean companies. What does that mean? Everybody likes Korea, and businesses around the world are trying to capture this trend, which means that there could be a leak taking place in the Korean entertainment industry. It provides opportunities to Korean actresses. They become more expensive, and then maybe we can't afford to produce these anymore. As a result, there could be a drain of talents. This change in the video global value chain affects Korean content's production. So if this trend continues, we have to ask ourselves, is it going to be good for us until the very end? There are two things that I'd like to talk about in terms of how we respond to this trend. Platform is led by the global businesses, and production is now being covered by the Korean producers. That's how it is right now. But if we want to continue to maintain the lead, we also have to become more competitive. Our ecosystem has to be upgraded. The reason why I talked about Psy is because Psy's success and BTS success took place, but what happened in between? Our Korean entertainment businesses became global businesses. That means that in order to sustain the success of Squid Games, we have to make sure that our broadcasters and video creators have to be upgraded and become globally competitive, and this requires policy efforts to provide the right environment. Finally, as more people around the world became familiar with the Korean contents, they are discovering differentiating or special factors, but there are also people who have come to dislike that. That means that if we want to sustain Hallyu, the creators or producers of Korean contents has to become more culturally sensitive, especially towards other cultures. Many related policies have to be implemented by the government, but efforts have to be also undertaken by the producers and creators. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Professor Lee Sung-min. He talked about how Korean contents is emerging and how competitive it needs to become as global OTT businesses compete. And he said that we need to recognize the power of Hallyu, especially how it creates a national identity and increases popularity of the Korean contents throughout the world. We see that there's a lot of elements of Hallyu being embedded in terms of sentiment and awareness. The government also has to consider many things as they establish Hallyu-related policies. The global GVC is being realigned, and we need to check where the Korean Hallyu production factors are positioned in this value chain. Furthermore, we need to overcome some future risks, such as people who come to oppose or dislike Hallyu. This concludes session 2. I thank the 4 presenters. It is at the moment 4 minutes past 4. We will have a short break until 4:15. After that, we will proceed with a panel discussion with the moderator and several panel members.
이번 역은 경복궁, 정부 서울 청사역입니다.
I remember like my first time. 잊지를 못해 우리 처음으로 만난 그날은 내게 마치 환상. 수많은 사람으로 가득했던 한강 And it was so beautiful just like your face 젊고 아름다운 난 서울 같아 난 아주 트렌디하지만 너만의 이야기가 있어 너를 내게 말해줘 I'm just trying to love you better So many stars like a big universe 별빛이 담긴 길거리들 꺼내고 싶어 너와 둘이서 Fall in love with the city 매일 새로운 느낌이 yeah. C-E-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love yeah. C-E-L-O-V-E come right with me I'm a city love You're so different 누구와도 비교할 수 없는 개성이 있어 그래서 어디서나 받지 동경 어린 시선 무엇을 하든 top class 너는 남기지 이름 쉽게 만족 못해 널 향해 보다 더 위를 You take it higher back to sun 어떤 일을 하든 최선 다해 100% yeah. 어렵게 찾은 너는 내 사랑이구나 이리 와서 업고 놀자 함께 사랑갈 부르자 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah 꼭 잡은 두 손에 너와 나의 true romance 흩어져 있어도 같은 마음 Soul is the name so it lives in my heart yeah C-E-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love yeah C-E-L-O-V-E come right with me on my city love yeah 반복되는 알고리즘은 no way 그래도 어떻게 차가운 두 시간 나를 바꾸게 보내 올라가는 몸 변하지 않을 건 우리 왜 이렇게 바뀌 우리는 도시 안에서 미쳐보면서 두는 눈물들 I got 2020 vision 아리랑 고개를 넘어 I got 2020 vision 지나칭칭 나네 지기나칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 지나칭칭 나네 지기나칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 It's Big Natty and the beat, yo. It's Big Natty and the beat, yo. 지나칭칭 나네 지기나칭칭 지나칭 Everybody say what 지나칭칭 나네 지기나칭칭 지나칭 Put your hands in the air 지나칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 지기나칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 Say hip hop 히비리 힙 히비리 힙 내려 입은 청바지가 더 진짜네 나 Say hip hop 히비리 힙 히비리 힙 오는 마 아프다고 더 청춘은 아니야 2X 라지 색 딱 바지 내 청바지 입고선 힙합하지 하늘 천 따지 긴 바지는 안 입어 우린 삐딱하지 시기나칭 시간 지나지 지갑이 나지 긴 위선자들의 위친 거울 속에 비친 내 모습에 기침 커지는 시침 소리에 맞춰 앞으로 직진 yo bring it back yo 사운드와 mean yo 이걸 못 느낀다면 스트레스가 밀려 오는 것 같아 밤에 기장에 서서히 바라보던 하늘의 별들도 손을 들고 따라 불러 say 지나칭칭 나네 지나칭칭 지나칭 everybody say quit 지나칭칭 나네 지나칭칭 지나칭칭 나네
꽃이 피는 화산이요 피기는 정산일세 따라 밝은 달아 우주 강산에 비친 달아
내 중심으로 강강 쏠래 이거 하게 된 거 그냥 놀래 북북동이 내 동네 내 중심으로 강강 쏠래 Turn around slow down 멍 때려 아무것도 안 할래 바보 같은 짓만 골라 주머니는 무겁지만 I don't live play again 다시 보긴 결제 딘배 아니고 난 배짱이 우리 엄만 이런 날 놀래 대안학교 설레빈의 첫 번째 힘안 들이고 나까지 난 볼래 Oh way 관세음 보설 참을린 그래 내다 가만히 그나 때다 I pray for myself 못 때라 우리 번님 어디 가고 모두 신어 세워라 내워라 답답한 건 넌데 왜 나를 보잖아 세워라 내워라
따라 밝은 달아 우주 강산에 비친 달아
짜증을 내어서 무엇하나 성화를 바치어 무엇하나 속상한 일도 하도 많으니 널 기도하면서 살아가세 니나 너니 일이야 니나 너니 일이야 여기저기에서 너의 향기 잊지 못하는 이 흥을 얻지 하지 못하고 얼싸 좋아 얼씨구 좋다 우리 사이 조금 비빌게 내가 잘하는 척 가락지 네가 너무 놀라지 않게 밤새도록 고민했어 주저없이 더 비빌게 턱시도와 색 저고리 어울리네 우리 사진으로 플래시 어느새 해는 저 문제 밝게 빛나는 달 앞에서 지친 하루의 사람들은 저마다 하나 둘 무리지어 잔 속에 쉬고 있네 태평하게 얘기하고 있어 공수를 공수고 인생 but 너를 만나서 다행이었어 짜증 왔다가
네,
We will now start our panel discussion with 6 experts that we have invited, and we are going to look at the overall issues that touches Hallyu. I think the Korean wave is very cool and hip because it's fun, it's very sophisticated, and within Hallyu, we can become very creative and we can use our imagination. We have people from research centers and universities and content associations that are here with us as our panel discussants. And I'd like to first introduce Mr. Kim Sonu, who is the head of the Office of Entrepreneurship and Innovation Studies at STEPI. And then we have Mr. Bang Moon-gu, who is the partner of KPMG Korea. And then we have Mr. Shin Min-soo, who is professor at Hanyang University Business School. And we also have somebody connected through Zoom, Professor Chung Jong-eun, who is professor of the Department of Culture and Content at Sangji University. Hello. And at the very end, we have a very important person who is representing the industry as a representative of the K-pop industry. We have Mr. Choi Kwang-ho, the Secretary General of the Korean Music Contents Association. And lastly, we have another guest who is connected through Zoom, Mr. Choi Sung-jin, who is the CEO of Korea Startup Forum. Hello. Hello. So we have listened to 9 speakers at this conference, and through your Q&A, we would like to have a more in-depth discussion on Hallyu. And we'd like to think about what is going to happen after COVID. The social distancing measures have been alleviated, and we need to think about how we can make Hallyu competitive as an industry and how we can contribute to the society. And Ms. Kim Sonu also has worked on different policy initiatives to create jobs, and she has done a lot of consulting regarding this subject. And the new government will also want to create more jobs through Hallyu in the future. And many people are talking about inclusive growth and Hallyu being a contributor to entrepreneurship. And for the MZ generation, for universities, creating jobs is very important. So through Hallyu, how can the government create more jobs? Strategically speaking, what must the government do? Hello, I'm Kim Sonu from STEPI, and thank you for inviting me to this very cool conference. And we need to develop cool policies. You talked about job creation first, so I'd like to first touch upon Hallyu and employment. Jobs are created by the private sector, by companies, and it's created by companies that can scale up, that are growing, and startups also can create good quality jobs. And we need policies connecting the scaled up startups and Hallyu. And if we consider databases first, what companies are connected to Hallyu and what companies are growing is something that we need to monitor more closely. And these companies can be unicorns, and I know that the current government was trying to monitor the unicorns. And overseas, Macron, the French president, also has a policy objective of developing unicorns. But going beyond just developing a company that does more than 1 trillion in sales, we need to think about how we can find companies that have high values. And I think 18 unicorns came out last year, and we have unicorn candidates, baby unicorns, that are about 175 in number. And the jobs that are created out of these unicorns is something that we need to monitor. And how can we connect these unicorns with Hallyu, and how can they develop their business? I have high expectations of the unicorns. They can pivot very quickly, and they also adapt business models that are adapted to the global situation very quickly. Secondly, if we look at the existing companies, how can we provide support so that they can pivot? I think we need to develop a business model for that. I said that we had 175 unicorns in Korea, and I study business models, and I look at proven business models. And if it's a proven business model, they will grow. It was proven overseas. So we need to look at how we can develop a proven business model and move preemptively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We need to create a creative ecosystem, a business ecosystem, and find which business models are effective and feasible. You emphasize the importance of such policies. Let us go on to think about this further. We frequently hear experts talking about the Hallyu ecosystem, and I think they're focusing on entrepreneurship and job creation when they use this word. The private sector has been successful in creating an ecosystem by linking creativity with entrepreneurship. Mr. Cheseljin has been at the center of this. There are significant stakeholders of Hallyu. These people say that in order to create jobs and establish an ecosystem, there are important things to do. Could you touch upon this? If I can continue on what was said earlier by the previous speaker, I think that we shouldn't take a narrow view when it comes to Hallyu, K-pop or K-music or K-drama are the major things that we think about when we say Hallyu. These are cultural contents. The cultural contents is not just based on Korean traditional culture. So Hallyu does not only consist of cultural contents, but is much broader in scope. For example, even it's the same cultural contents. For example, the Pinko Phone Company has been introducing contents for children, and that's also an important part of Hallyu. Furthermore, there are many startups who are going global. For example, the Pedal Minjok is a food delivery service that it's exporting its business model. Sandboarder Aja are also app services that foreigners use. Creating such apps that are popular among foreigners is also part of Hallyu. We need to shift our focus. So we need a broader base for startups and support these startups as they go global. Supporting the growth of such startups will effectively expand the Hallyu base. Businesses who have succeeded to globalize are not that many in number. The startup ecosystem, in fact, is not like it didn't grow like businesses grew in the past during the industrial age, when the government would select certain promising companies. 1% of the startup succeeds, but that means 99% fails. 90% fails, and 10% might go to the next stage. So the startups and its globalization cannot be driven by the government anymore. The government will, on its part, will have its support policies, but it's more about providing the environment and a conducive ecosystem, challenging the global stage and successfully globalizing its business requires such a supportive ecosystem. One of the things that the government can do is to make sure that clear rules are established in the market so that people can compete fairly and people can challenge themselves and pivot successfully when they have to. I think these are the things that the government needs to focus on. If I have a further opportunity, I can talk about this in more detail.
Thank you very much. It was also mentioned during a presentation, Hallyu should become an official platform, and there was a conceptual definition that came out, and we need to define this in a broader sense. And you also talked about CNPD, and it becomes kind of fragmented when we use different language. But with NDP, we need C. Contents goes together with platform, network, and device. So Hallyu will need to coexist as a platform. I fully agree with what you said. And we talked about a global social capital in a presentation. And Hallyu in the international political and economic landscape can contribute to global cooperation or international relations. And we can also commercialize different markets in order to develop into an ecosystem. Thank you very much for those words. But when we look at industry, the private sector, you provide a lot of consulting advice to the industry and the private sector. And I would like to invite our next discussant, Mr. Bang Mungu from KPMG. I have a question for you. We have many different types of companies inside the contents industry, and they are expanding their market. And Korea, while expanding into the global market, we know that Korea has great manufacturing capability, and we have strong brands there. But can K-Contents become as strong as the other sectors? Do you think it's possible? These days, I discuss policy initiatives of the central government and the local governments. And these days, we need to plan things that are intangible and not visible. And we need to be able to connect things that are not visible. And when we talk about the content industry, movies, webtoon, music, fashion, design, or scripts, scenarios, stories, all these things are under content, and we cannot see them, and they are intangible. And so for 50 years, Korea's manufacturing sector was able to grow, and manufacturing is something that is tangible, something that we can see. And if you ask me to compare the manufacturing sector with the intangible content sector to try to see the differences and the similarities, for example, we have a bumper underneath the car, and when we disassemble the bumper, we have some different lines and sensors. And if we go underneath the sensor, we see copper wires, and we can also see some plastic. And we import oil from NAFTA countries, and the oil companies convert these into petrochemical products, and steel companies also use metal in order to manufacture automobiles, and everything is connected in this industry. So because we could see it, because these were tangible things, we worked hard, and we can see tangibly the economic results because it's physically visible. But what about contents? It's invisible. We cannot see these contents. So are they different in this sense? Or we can see them, and underneath there is an ecosystem, but until now we have been unable to see them. Is this the case? So maybe we have to have a different perspective, and that could be the beginning of a new way of designing this sector. And I talked with some people about this recently because of the movie Parasite recently, because of the group Blackpink. We have some famous people in the K-content industry who are well known overseas, Director Bong Joon-ho or Director Park Chan-wook. But we have lighting directors or cinematographers or hairdressers, a whole team that is working with them in collaboration. They did not succeed alone because under this director, we have a whole team supporting this director. So what we are seeing is the tip of an iceberg. And we need to look at how all of these people are creating and developing an industry. And can we identify what they are doing? Can we identify what kind of economic impact they have? Do we know the numbers? And are we compensating them for their intellectual property? Contents can create a startup right away. It can become a capital. So if a hairdresser or a choreographer or other people in the team, when they first start their career, if we can provide funding to them so that we can provide help to them since the beginning, that would be great. But do we know where to contribute? Do we know how to help these people with funding so that they can grow? I think we need to identify that. Because for what we can see, like manufacturing, if something doesn't happen, then we know what went wrong. But for something that is intangible, like contents, we need to set the KPIs so that we can identify where the problems are, which means we need to design the right policy. And if we let the private sector do that, for the private sector, profits are important. And in the global market, just like the big companies dominated instead of the smaller companies, we need to look at the IPR or patents of the smaller companies so that we can develop a level playing field for them so that they can compete. And maybe we didn't provide enough support for them to expand into global markets. I think there is some regret about this already in the manufacturing sector. So we need to not repeat the same mistake for Hallyu. Manufacturing and K-contents may seem different, but the fact that we tend to just look at the bigger companies, the bigger actors, instead of looking at who is supporting them underneath, the SMEs. In that sense, they are similar. And we need to help those people who are working under the star player so that they can become more recognized in the international market and develop KPIs to do that. If we do that, then the mistakes that we made in the manufacturing sector, we will not need to repeat here. And we will be able to create more startups, more younger entrepreneurs with IPR so that they can become a second Park Chan-ok and Bong Joon-ho with appropriate funding. And I think we can help them in that way. So design thinking needs to come back in Korea. And we have to look at the Korean industries from this perspective.
부모님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. The success formula of the Korean economy and the success cases show that there's a DNA inherently there. We also see the successful formula for making the major transition. But let's look at this objectively. Let's make it into data. Let's create statistics out of it. And let's create KPIs for measuring success. The government cannot do it alone. The industry has to work together, and everything has to be transparent as well as visible. Listening to you, Hallyu is perceived more like an organism by you. You're looking at it like a human body or a pregnant woman about to give birth. And you believe that the policy has to be equally sensitive. Now we'd like to listen to Professor Shin Moon-soo. These invisible things are starting to take over visible things in the economy. Shin Min-soo talks about social capital often because he's an economist, but he believes that if the Hallyu is to sustain its commercial value, several measures need to be taken, including strengthening intellectual property. If Hallyu wants to survive the competition in the market and continue its economic value, many industrial and policy stakeholders need to make efforts to build a social capital. What needs to be done, and in particular, what should the government's role be in this process? Basically, if you look at the definition of Hallyu, since it is a cultural phenomenon, there's a clear limit as to how much the government can intervene. The government's policy and the formation of social capital could be something that the government can intervene. But if the government intervenes, how sustainable will Hallyu be? I think the better way to approach this is looking at the industrial structure. We need the right structure. This requires three elements. One is demand. Second is production factor. And third is ecosystem. Demand, which is a precondition, is there to a certain amount. Of course, it's questionable of how long it will sustain. But once this demand is there, we need to think about whether we have the sufficient production factors, which is the requirement. There are human factors as well as financial resources. Is Hallyu being supported by policy in terms of these production factors? If these are necessary conditions, then the necessary sufficient condition is whether there is an ecosystem in place. Building an ecosystem requires the linkage of up and downstream, co-development, the will or commitment to investment by the industry. Are these conditions in place? If Hallyu is to continuously develop, we need the demand as a precondition, production factors as requirements, and ecosystem which is the final requirement. There is a role that the government can play in these three respects. For growing industries, it's usually demand, technology, and a social system that has to be closely linked by government policy. If you once the linkage is this linkage is there are many different linkages. The linkage that Hallyu needs to focus on is the linkage between demand and social system. For this to happen, how can we secure the necessary talents and attract investment? The second thing to think about is technology as a driver. Businesses or creators involved in Hallyu creates new business models, attract investment, and has to be promoted by certain systems. There has to be a virtuous cycle that is created, otherwise Hallyu cannot be sustainable, and in this respect, there's a certain role that has to be played by the government.
We talked about the government's role in creating demand, in technology, and in innovating. The government needs to take some risks and resolve the different issues by creating a market. And in order to do that, they need to pre-invest. And nevertheless, we need the private sector also to participate. We talk about the public-private initiatives, and maybe we need some incentives to attract the private sector in investing. I think everything will depend on the competency of the government, and I hope that the new government will be able to do that. I would now like to ask my following question. Regarding what Professor Shin just said, the next discussant is somebody who is implementing what we just mentioned. K-pop is at the center of K-culture, and K-pop is not just something that touches the music industry, because it provides transparency in the market and it can develop a competitive industry. And the Music Contents Association recently made an announcement regarding the transparency of the music industry. And the association said that it was aiming to innovate in order to create jobs, especially during the decision-making process. So I would like to know what the Korean Music Contents Association is working on, and could you present your successful case studies? Yes, I'm Cho Kang-ho, Secretary General of the Korean Music Contents Association, and we have a Gaon chart which benchmarked the Billboard chart in the US, and it opened in 2010. And we get the data from the online music service providers, and we work with YouTube, Spotify, iTunes, and we collect all the Korean data, K-pop content that we can see on these platforms. We have collected this information for 10 years, and we also collect the physical data connected with K-pop around the world. I would like to talk about what I feel is important in terms of industry. This is a Hallyu conference, and if you type in Hallyu conference in Naver, you have many things that pop up. Every time I go to a Hallyu conference, what I feel is that people don't seem to really understand what is at the core of K-pop. And they don't seem to really understand the creator's mind, because we have people from the academia, people from the industry, who keep on talking about K-pop from their perspective. K-pop industry, in a word, is creating fans of K-pop. And if you don't understand the K-pop fan, then you won't be able to develop the right policies. And when I listen to all the speakers and presenters, they, mismatch the artist and the entertainment company, the management company. And there is a word called pan circuit, and pan circuit means it's a cut line that is set to invite the fans to the fan signing ceremony. And in order to increase your chances of being chosen, it's kind of like a lotto system. The fans buy 100, 200 tickets, and they buy the CDs, but they just throw them away. They just want to be able to participate in the fan signing ceremony through the purchase of the CDs so that they can increase their chances of attending the event. And you may not understand why they do this. In order to collect some photos, the fans buy several CDs, same CDs. And if you ask me why fans are buying the same CDs to collect all of these items, it's because they love the K-pop artist. It's because they love doing it. And if you look at it from this perspective, K-pop market could be perceived as being a very easy market. You just need to get fans to succeed. But fans are not that stupid. And because people don't understand this factor, people think that by developing an infrastructure, the K-pop industry will grow. We don't think that will be the case. And we don't think that it's the infrastructure that enabled the K-pop industry to grow. For example, an important hip-hop artist invited an artist to work in a nice environment because he was working in a messy environment. And 2 days later, the artist came to us and said, "I don't like working here. I'm not inspired. I want to go back to my old place." That's what the person said to us. So we need to understand how they think. And collective intelligence is what is important in the fan group. I mean, within the fan category and groups, we have people from different sectors, people who are working in different sectors, lawyers, young people, etc. And so we need to be sincere when we approach these fans. Otherwise, we will not be able to succeed. We may not understand mentally, but we need to understand with our heart. I am singing in Korean, and yet I was able to inspire people around the world, not because I sang in English, but because I was sincere and authentic when I was singing in Korean. I think that's why we were able to get so many fans. We talk about NFT, metaverse, and many IT experts talk about that. But do they really understand how the fans feel, how the fans of K-pop feel? Nobody has talked about that. I think to talk about the Korean wave and K-pop, in our industry, we don't understand half of what people are saying. And when I come to conferences like this, it's so complicated, we don't understand. Everything is intuitive, and fans get together, and it has become global. And because it was very convenient, it developed into a business. And now we've become too rational. We talk about the laws of demand and supply. And so the emotional side is being disregarded. In order to record one perfect song, we record many, many times. And although it's slightly different, we are able to edit the song in order to inspire fans around the world. And I don't think it's money that triggers creativity. It's because people wanted to do what they loved doing. And we talk about the military service of BTS members, and we think that the government needs to support the BTS members. But we are regulating this even more strictly because they do not recognize them as bona fide artists. And so we talk about the fact that BTS went to the UN to talk about the need to reduce the carbon emissions, but why are you developing and coming out with CDs that are not reducing the carbon footprint? That's the criticism that we are getting. So whether it's a strategy or a policy, I think that we need to think about what the fans want and what we can do for the planet, for peace, what we can do to eradicate war from the world. I think we need to develop a high-level message for K-pop. So let's not approach it from an academic position or a rational perspective, because I think it's going to be hard to come out with a good solution if we do this. We have to talk from the heart. We have to think about authentic feelings, and only then will we be able to develop contents that many fans will be willing to come and listen and watch.
하나만 저희
Let me add one thing. The cantata is based on sales data, so that's why fans feel responsible for engaging in certain actions to rank up the number. So that's why we changed the way we make the chart by creating what we call a clean chart. That's a way to make fans engage in environmental protection and other beneficial actions to help the world, the civilization, and the culture. This is the way that we intend to go forward. As we run the count chart, we felt responsible, and we are syncing with the fans' mind. Furthermore, we need to create CDs that are environmentally friendly, and I hope these are the things that the policymakers take up as well. Thank you very much. Listening to Mr. Che Gang-ho, I felt that, although I'm not a policymaker, the policymakers have to really think about how much they understand the market and the people and the fans. They can't just sit at the desk and use secondary information like data to formulate the policy, but this is quite frequent. In this respect, I think you really pointed out an important aspect. I think you should actually work with the Carbon Neutrality Committee, because the action scenario that the committee is talking about might be more effective if they took an approach like the fans of K-pop. So thank you very much for the effort you're taking, and I hope it expands to the whole nation. I think we're talking about making policy based on knowledge. A certain flashing idea or passing thought cannot be the basis of policy. It has to be based on deeper understanding of who they're making the policy for. So thank you very much for pointing out some valid points. Let's shift the focus a little bit now. Today, we've discussed Hallyu in terms of industry and economy, its relationship and interaction with international politics, and also we've also talked about the region. In other words, Hallyu could become a very important source of innovation. How can this become an embedded value of the region? So we have someone who's an expert of Hallyu, but also on regional culture. Professor Chung Jong-un has written many articles on these two subjects, so he'll be our next panelist. Innovation in the culture and creativity, the national capacity, and policy were some of his research subjects. How should Hallyu position itself in a creative cultural city? How should it interact with the other cultural assets? And how should it be linked with the international stage? So can you talk about what sort of effect you expect from Hallyu in the regional and national scale? Good afternoon. My name is Chung Jong-un from Sangji University. Before I answer your question, I'd like to make a few comments. It's been about 25 years since we saw the emergence of the word Hallyu. I believe that Hallyu will continue to grow for the next 25 years, even for the past 25 years, from the very beginning, when Hallyu started. People have been looking at Hong Kong's case, the way Hong Kong's culture emerged in the international stage and then sort of disappeared. But I think Hallyu is more complex, it's much broader, and it's much deeper. Therefore, I think it will continue for some time. Furthermore, we call the combination of hard power and soft power a smart power in the diplomatic area. I believe that Hallyu will be a very important element of smart power in the future. I found today's conference very interesting. The Ministry of Culture organized this, and the KTO hosted this. We had contents and media departments and other departments in MCST in charge of these issues. So it was interesting to deal with those topics at this conference. The Korea Tourism Organization is taking a very positive step because it is not only looking at tourism per se, but also looking at how Hallyu can play a very important role in tourism. So we look forward to KTO's activities. In order to link Hallyu with regional activities, I think we need to assess where Hallyu is, in other words, the current address and the way forward. First of all, there was a big event last July. According to UNCTAD, Korea was reclassified as a developed country. Unanimously, Korea was approved to become a true member of the developed nations group. Hallyu represents, in many ways, the process Korea went through because everything happened so fast. After 2020, Korea has become very big. But in order for other industries to export well, Hallyu can play an important part. There was a Hallyu conference hosted by the Prime Minister a while ago, and that was the main topic that was discussed at the time. How can we leverage Hallyu to promote export? I think the time has ended. Well, we shouldn't discuss these topics anymore because we're already a developed country. We don't have to talk about catching up anymore or what we need to do as a fast follower. We shouldn't be preoccupied with those thoughts anymore. Now we have to recognize that Hallyu has become a cultural asset enjoyed by people the world over. So Mr. Chegong talked about how the things that the experts and scholars talk about are superficial and trapped in in their own frame of mind. That means that the next Hallyu policy has to focus on the Hallyu fans around the world. I personally believe this is the right way. Not only the government, but also the businesses have to focus their attention on this type of policy. When Hallyu is successful, the people who look at it with the most passion and love is not just the 50 million people in Korea. According to Koika last year, there was about 100 million Hallyu fans last year. This increased to 150 million this year. So there was a huge increase. Maybe it was thanks to a Squid Game, but by next year, the number could increase to 300 million. So if we want to proceed and be successful in the next stage of Hallyu, we have to focus on the global fans. We have about 200 Korean language centers throughout the world. The number has to be increased. These overseas Korean language centers should hire people who are the biggest fans, find out what they need, what they would like to see. And based on the research, we should revise the Hallyu policies, of course, accordingly. I believe this is a very important task to be undertaken in future Hallyu policy. Until now, Hallyu policy focused on building the necessary infrastructure, but now it's time to focus on the fans, in other words, the consumers of Hallyu. That has to be linked with the cultural capacity within our country. Professor Choi Ji-young said earlier in this session that there's a lot of concerns in this area. You asked whether we have the necessary infra in place to receive Hallyu tourists, and you said there was a lack of infrastructure. That infrastructure has to be built, and regional specific Hallyu products have to be developed as well. I would like to say, in addition, that Hallyu cultural products by region has to be developed, but also we need more unique cultural cities built in the regions. In Korea, the representative policy in our regional policy is building cultural cities. 100 or plus local governments are engaged in this policy. So more than half of the local governments are engaging in building the regional cultural cities. This is different from previous policies because they want the cities themselves to define what they're going to be as a city. In other words, decide their identity and decide on what they will focus on. The policy has the slogan, "Every city is special." The proposal is made by the cities, and that is the direction of the policy. But what is most important is the citizens' governance. In other words, the city will be governed by the citizens, and the citizens will decide on what sort of ecosystem will be built in the city. This is the basic underlying thought of the regional cultural city development policies. It's been 5 years, and after a year, in other words, 3 years into the 5-year policy, we will finish up the first phase of promoting cultural cities and then go to the next stage. I don't know if we have any remaining budget. There are similar projects overseas, Arab cultural cities, French cultural cities, UK cultural cities. After the 5-year policy is finished, completed, I think the next stage is linking and cooperating with overseas cultural cities and link it with Hallyu. This cultural city, after the 5-year project of building regional cultural cities in Korea, we have to link up with overseas cultural cities. And then the cities have to engage in exchange with overseas cities. I believe that the Ministry of Culture is already discussing this possibility with EU. So we look forward to this happening. I've been speaking for a long time, but let me add one more last comment. Such efforts were there in the past 25 years. There were special cultural zones and Hallyu districts being built, but they really didn't have any impact or tangible results. There were some projects that promoted investment, but 85% of the revenue still remained inside and around the capital. I think we need to take a different approach. Rather than building districts or zones in the regions, we need to focus on building the infrastructure, and it shouldn't be just a physical infrastructure like buildings or special districts. Now the focus has to shift to investment in intangible resources. There are many startups in the regions, and these startups are led by youths. So let's not invest more in buildings. There are a lot of buildings that were built for startups like the investment lab and other buildings. So rather than investing in physical infrastructure, I believe we need to invest in talents and the capacity of people who will drive Hallyu and run startups.
Thank you. When I listen to Professor Jung, I fully agree with what he says, and he is very sharp in his comments. And he always talks about what is feasible when he gives his comments and advice. And Chae Ji-young talked about the need to develop tourist attractions where tourists could experience Hallyu, and we talked about the need for infrastructure. And I think that we need to develop human talent, human resources, because the content creator is a person, and we need to invest in human capital so that we can develop the competencies for K content and Hallyu, and we need to have a system to do that. And what interested me in your comments is that when we have more than 150 million Hallyu fans, how are we going to manage these fans? I think Mr. Choi Dong-un will know how to do this, because you have collected information on K-pop and K-pop fans. So maybe you need to transfer your knowledge to the government. And the Korean Music Content Association and Korea Startup Forum may be able to develop the right talent for K-content and Hallyu. We have 20 minutes left, so I'm going to ask the same question to everyone before we end the conference. The question is, we have a new government that will start soon, and the new government will try to set up policies and try to play a role in Hallyu. And as experts in this field, for Hallyu to become sustainable, what does the private sector and what does the government need to do? If you could just pinpoint one, what would be the mission of the government and the private sector? Ms. Kim, could you answer this first? I got a lot of insight from what was said, and I'd like to talk about the government's entrepreneurship as my last comment. We have so many policies and we have so many policies that we need to support, but collaboration is not working well between the ministries. So I hope that there will be an interministerial collaboration in order to help and support Hallyu. Because if we focus on the person, we have about 156,000 students, foreign students who are studying in Korea. They're from China, Vietnam, Uzbekistan. We have so many foreign students coming into Korea to study. And actually, I think it's because they were attracted by Hallyu that they came. And maybe we know that these foreign students could help us promote Hallyu overseas in collaboration with the Ministry of Education. And we have special regions that have alleviated their restrictions in 26 areas. Maybe we could focus specific areas on K-beauty and connect the specific industrial zones with Hallyu in each of the different regions.
You talked about collaboration between ministries and how that can drive the development of policies. That could have a cumulative effect, but I think you're concerned about overlaps as well as decay due to the lack of coordination. Next, I'd like to ask Mr. Bang Mung-gu to make his last comments. Thank you very much. I was very impressed by what Mr. Choi Kong-ho said. And I believe what we need is a beautiful policy. What's a beautiful policy? It inspires artists. It energizes artists. That's a policy that we need. I believe that the association represented by Mr. Choi Kong-ho focuses on creating beauty and loving them. That's the area that we see a few times in history. For example, Sotheby promoting antiques, and the Medici family promoting arts during the Renaissance. In this respect, we need to fully respect the challenges that the artists face, and it's important to how we provide the policies that can ease their difficulties. For example, Hive, JYP, YG are huge companies now. They are the ones who know best. They can act like the trading companies of the industrial age. They can take the lead, and whatever is lacking, the governments can fill up. What we need would be something like Sotheby Medici families.
I think that different associations that represent the different interests of the K content creators will have a bigger role to play in the future. And with the government, they will need to develop a value proposition, not just think about the profits. And I think value needs to be created together. And in that sense, the Korean Music Contents Association will have to play a bigger role in creating shared value and creating new spin-offs. Thank you for the good case examples that you gave. Now I have something Now I'd like to ask Professor Choi Sung-jin to answer. With regard to the role of the government, I would like to talk about private sector-led government initiatives, and more concretely, with regard to Hallyu, we need to look at the contents, the startups, the companies, to identify which companies, contents, and industry can grow. But it's the market that will decide. The government cannot really decide on anything. We cannot forecast innovation. And it's the market that will decide. As was mentioned by Mr. Choi Kwang-ho when he mentioned the different issues surrounding K-pop, for K-pop, we will know when it's a successful K-pop, when it will have fans, and if we have startup users that grow, then it will mean that this startup is successful. So we don't need to identify a small number of startups that the government will designate to support them. I think we just need the market to decide, and the government will need to support the appropriate sectors. I'm not saying that the government doesn't have anything to do or does not have a role, but I believe that we need to widen our imagination in terms of policy initiatives, and we have to proceed not just step by step or not to be limited in what we do. We talked about the need to develop a regional culture, and investing in developing local creators is very important. But while we develop local creators, we want to, through the support of local creators, we want to develop the local culture. But because of COVID, we have no limitations in terms of space and time. And if we have a good content, a good local creator in the region, because we are no longer limited by space these days, we can create fans for this person, and we can create a new business. So let's not just try to limit the local creator inside their own region. Let's try to help expand this local creator into international global markets, and maybe the government can do that. In the UK, because they want to bring competitive Korean startups or international startups into UK, there is a person who provides legal support and all the support that this foreign startup will need when relocating to the UK. And the UK also has a budget to allow the foreign startup to do this. In the same way, we could invite foreign startups into Korea to do that, but maybe the Korean government can also change the laws and regulations to help and support Korean startups enter into foreign markets. Actually, we do have some policies like this, but it's not in one place. And so each of the startups have to do their own work and study in order to find out what is relevant for them. So I think we need to develop a one-stop system where they can receive help. And I think that if the market has validated creators and startups, the government needs to go to them and ask them what kind of support they would need and take care of them. And the creators will do their work, which is to innovate and to create fans. And for the rest of the administrative legal work, the government will take care of it. I think that would be the way to go.
What Mr. Che said, that if the government makes the right decision, everything else will follow, including fandom. You talked about the importance of imaginative policy. And you also talked about taking Korean startups to the UK. I hope you can take a lead in that. We look forward to that. Thank you for your comments. Finally, I'd like to ask Professor Shin to make his comments. I think Hallyu has its strengths, but it also has its weaknesses. For example, it lacks a long-term view, and there are unexpected risks that will follow as a result. Content is concentrated in only certain areas, and many of the contents can be emulated and become less attractive. We need to reduce these risks, and that can happen by linking up Hallyu players and organizations. And the interaction between these actors are very important. Furthermore, there's a lot of interest among Korean citizens regarding Hallyu. The government plans to actively support it. But in addition to that, we need to link up related businesses and promote investment. And we also need to involve the regions as well. All of these things need to come together, but we need a certain space or platform to make everything come together. Creating a platform for this requires a lot of investment, but also involves a lot of work. So it should be up to the government to create this ecosystem. The issue is, if that platform is to be successful, governance is very important. The right governance requires expertise on running a Hallyu platform and effectiveness of policy implementation. For this to happen, Hallyu or cultural contents has to be more structured. Right now, it's dispersed and scattered. The Hallyu-related department in MCST could be expanded to a bureau or division, or perhaps you can establish an agency dedicated to Hallyu to make the policies more effective. Regulations should be conducted by the government as well as the businesses together.
Thank you for those proposals, and maybe the stakeholders need to come together and work in the same platform, and we need to develop a better governance to be able to execute it better. Maybe we need some organizational reshuffling, and maybe we can talk about legislation also in that sense. Professor Che, thank you very much for your comments. We have 2 people remaining, and I went over my time. I didn't manage my time very well, so I get a low score for moderating. But I would like to ask Professor Chung Jong-un to make the last comments. Before that, I would like to ask Mr. Che, representing the industry, to answer my question. Mr. Che Gang-ho, yes, please go ahead. Since we're late, I'll be brief. There's a person called 707 Youngchul, and he said, music and K-pop is not something we do with the brain, it's something that we do with the heart. And now, let's not just sit down at our desk, but go to the club and listen to the music so that you can be inspired. Then maybe we will get the right policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kim Seon-woo, perhaps you can accompany people from KDI and go to a nightclub and listen to the beat of the music. But I'm worried because I'm not a good dancer, and our dean might make an issue out of it. Mr. Bang Mung-go, I think, might be very good at going to clubs. Was that a bit too much? Anyhow, I'd like to ask Professor Chung Jong-un to make the final comments. I will also be brief. Mr. Cha Sung-jin talked about changes, certain changes, and I believe those changes are important as well, especially region-based efforts to nurture competent talent is expensive, and there are many interesting initiatives being taken by youths in the regions. It's not just about technological startups, but also startups based on analog or emotions. The youths have ideas and passion, but they also have many challenges. So the approaches mentioned by Mr. Cha Sung-ho is very valid, and I completely agree with you. I'd like to emphasize a few things regarding the new government, since I was asked to do so. The government's role is very important. Some people say the government did nothing when it comes to Hallyu, but actually, I think the government played an important role because they made the cultural sector very democratic. I don't know if you remember, but there was a Korean film promotion agency. Now this has changed into a private sector. In the past, the head of the film promotion industry used to be retired military officers. These people, once they retired, would go and head the film promotion corporation, which was a state-owned enterprises. And at the time, the films that were produced in Korea were quite different. That changed when we industrialized and became a democratic country. The movie makers started to have a larger voice. There was democratization and industrialization that were the two pillars that allowed the Korean culture to go to a new level. And the government had a role in building the two pillars. Even in the Korean dramas or movies, the scene that you see show a very developed, sophisticated city and country. So the government did play a role. And in the past, people used to think Asian countries were underdeveloped and poor, but now Korea is one of the largest economies in the world, almost on par with the UK in terms of economic size. So that's why people say that what they see is different. It's new, something new for developed country audiences, and it's something that enviable and fascinating for Asian audiences. So governance, democratization were important things that the government did. The Park Geun-hye government failed in this respect because they did make a blacklist. But I think that the government should proceed with what they've been doing. The contents businesses have a know-how that are digital in nature, and that's unique to Korea. I think we need to develop this further as a first mover. This is knowledge that other countries can learn from us and emulate. I think this is how we can continue to make the Hallyu industry more competitive, and we can look forward to the new government doing this. Thank you very much. We heard presentations and discussions by 9 experts of Hallyu. If Hallyu wants to sustain its growth and become a platform to promote the development of many areas, including the economy and politics, there are more efforts that are required. We've been discussing on the efforts and the policy initiatives. Perhaps we should host the second conference in a nightclub, perhaps, listening to music. I'd like to thank the MCST and KTO for organizing this conference. Thank you very much, and have a safe return home.